Chapter 219. Sikong Yi bellowed as the energy in his body surged crazily. His body emitted a dazzling silvery light. Within the silvery light, a huge silver-winged thunderbird appeared out of thin air. Countless lightning bolts bombarded Duan Jian. Boom! A lei zhu bombarded Duan Jian's body. Duan Jian immediately let out a painful scream. The power of the lightning completely ignored his physical body and directly bombarded his soul realm. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Although I admit that your cultivation talent is indeed strong, it's still too early for you to challenge me. If that's the case, then go to hell. Sikong Yi hid within the huge body of the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird faced the sky and let out a long cry. Boom! 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 A series of lei zhu bombarded Duan Jian's body. Duan Jian's physical body felt as though it was about to be torn apart. However, Duan Jian still relied on his strong endurance and gritted his teeth as he stared fiercely at Sikong Yi. Duan Jian's wings flapped a little as he moved closer to Sikong Yi. This is impossible. Sikong Yi's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Duan Jian could still flap his wings under the bombardment of such dense lightning bolts. Sikong Yi, old fart. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you guys. If it weren't for you guys torturing me day and night, I wouldn't have such a powerful physical body today. Duan Jian clenched his teeth as he withstood the bombardment of the dense lightning bolts. He brandished the black flame sword in his hand and slashed at Sikong Yi. Sikong Yi hurriedly dodged. He angrily incited lightning bolts to attack Duan Jian. The lightning bolts turned into countless sharp blades. However, Duan Jian didn't care about the terrifying lightning. Although the pain seemed to be tearing his soul realm apart, the hatred in his heart allowed him to maintain a trace of clarity. With great difficulty, he finally had the chance to take revenge. How could he give it up? Duan Jian faced the sky and roared. His whole body was covered in black scales. The wingspan of his wings suddenly increased, reaching 6 to 7 meters. His whole body was burning with a terrifying black color. His soul realm also seemed to have undergone a strange change. His whole body erupted with endless power. Under the baptism of the lightning, Duan Jian's soul realm finally started to transform. He broke through the barrier and stepped into legend rank from 5-star black gold rank. In addition to the power of law that he obtained from Nieli, his strength took a step forward. Legendary level. Bang, bang, bang. With Duan Jian at the center, a series of explosions spread out in all directions. Feeling this terrifying energy fluctuation, Sikong Yi's face drastically changed. He never thought that Duan Jian would advance at this moment. Before he advanced, he already couldn't suppress Duan Jian. Now that Duan Jian has completed his advancement, he's even less of an opponent. Feeling Duan Jian's advancement, Nia Li lightly smiled. Duan Jian was already stuck at 5-star black gold rank and was about to break through. He never thought that Sikong Yi's lightning bolts would actually help Duan Jian advance. The instant Duan Jian advanced, Nia Li felt a higher level of energy entering his soul realm from Duan Jian's. They have already formed the soul array. Duan Jian's advancement will also quickly lead Nia Li and the rest to advance. Feeling that the energy bursting out from Duan Jian's body isn't something that he can resist, Sikong Yi immediately dove down, preparing to escape. Sikong Yi, you old bastard, where are you going? Duan Jian furiously roared. A huge black dragon figure appeared around him and slapped down with his palm. The violent energy bombarded Sikong Yi's body at an unparalleled speed, smashing Sikong Yi into the ground. Boom! Sikong Yi's body created a huge crater on the ground. Half of the wings on his body were broken, and he was vomiting blood. He was in a sorry state. He executed the silver-winged family's secret technique and pushed his body's potential to the limit. However, he's still not Duan Jian's opponent. After suffering such a terrifying attack from Duan Jian, his cultivation has been completely crippled. Why did I lose to that little bastard, Duan Jian? Sikong Yi's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Duan Jian waved the black flame sword, slashed it toward Sikong Yi, and furiously roared, "Die!" "Father!" Seeing that Sikong Yi was about to die, Sikong Hongyue leaped up, raised her sword horizontally, and stood between Sikong Yi and Duan Jian. Boom! Sikong Hongyue was pushed back. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. However, she still stood in front of Sikong Yi, coldly staring at Duan Jian. Duan Jian's sword paused for a moment, seeing the stubborn expression in Sikong Hongyue's eyes. His memories seemed to have returned to when he was young. He still remembered how he desperately stood in front of his father and mother. However, his frail body couldn't stop the silver-winged family. In the end, under his cries, his parents were forced to commit suicide. Seeing this scene, he couldn't do anything about it. Isn't the current Sikong Hongyue similar to him back then? I can let you go, but that old bastard Sikong Yi must die. Scram! Otherwise, I'll kill you as well. Duan Jian took a step forward, thrusting the black flame sword forward. Poof! The black flame sword slashed across Sikong Hongyue's neck. Fresh blood flowed down from Sikong Hongyue's neck. However, Sikong Hongyue still coldly stared at Duan Jian. Duan Jian, I never thought that we, father and daughter, would be defeated by your hands. Kill me if you want, but if you want to kill my father, kill me first. Duan Jian looked into Sikong Hongyue's eyes. His mind was filled with countless memories. His enemy was right before his eyes. He should be able to end it with a single slash. However, at this moment, he actually stopped. He had dreamt of taking down Sikong Yi's head countless times. However, at this moment, he hesitated. Just as Duan Jian paused, a drawn-out sigh was heard. Revenge breeds revenge. Sikong Yi's cultivation has been crippled. Even if you don't kill him, I'm afraid that he won't have a foothold in this abyss prison realm. Furthermore, his life force has been exhausted, and he won't be able to live for more than 3 days. Why don't you let go of the hatred in your heart? Only by letting go of the hatred will you be able to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. The voice was faintly discernible and couldn't be found. Nya Li frowned slightly as he thought of a person. Could these words be said by that crazy old man? Duan Jian looked around, but he couldn't see who the person was. Looking at the miserable Sikong Yi and Sikong Hongyue, the hatred in his heart gradually dissipated. Sikong Yi's cultivation was almost crippled. Even if he didn't make a move, the other aristocratic families wouldn't let Sikong Yi off. Sikong Yi would definitely die. This could be considered as his revenge. Duan Jian kept the black flame sword and indifferently walked towards Nieli. Seeing Duan Jian's actions, Nieli sighed in his heart. If Duan Jian could let go of the hatred in his heart, it would be extremely beneficial for his future cultivation. It was all thanks to that mysterious old man's advice that Duan Jian could completely let go of the burden in his heart. Looking at Duan Jian's back view, Sikong Hongyue was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she went hysterical and shouted at Duan Jian's figure. Didn't you want to kill us? Why didn't you kill us? Are you pitying us, father and daughter? We don't need your pity. Duan Jian turned around and looked at Sikong Yi, father and daughter. Sikong Yi's eyes were filled with dullness and blankness. He coldly said, I won't kill you because I feel that doing so would dirty my hands. I don't want to become someone like you. But there will naturally be others who will seek justice from you. Hearing Duan Jian's words, Sikong Hongyue paused for a moment. Tears flowed down Sikong Hongyue's cheeks. Could it be that all these years she and her father were wrong? This kind of doubt towards herself is even more unbearable than being killed. Sikong Yi and Sikong Hongyue sat on the ground in a daze. At this moment, even the members of the silver-winged family couldn't help distancing themselves from them. preparing to scatter at any time. Sikong Yi has lost. If they continue to stay, their ending will definitely be miserable. Duan Jian, I never thought that you would be able to let go of the obsession in your heart. Well done. Nia Li lightly smiled as he patted on Duan Jian's shoulder. Yeah. Duan Jian nodded his head. His eyes were filled with tears as he raised his head. Although the sky of the Abyss Prison Realm is dark, it's incomparably vast. Father, Mother, I've done it. From today onwards, I will live a good life. If the two of you know in the afterlife, don't worry about me. A long and drawn-out sigh came from an unknown place. This sound immediately cleared everyone's mind. Could it be that mysterious, crazy old man again? Since that old man was able to guide Duan Jian, he's probably not really crazy. Nia Li couldn't understand the other party's intention. He doesn't know if the other party is a friend or foe. There's a high possibility that the other party is the successor of Kong Ming the Great. Therefore, it's best to stay as far away from him as possible. Plume Flame, God Knees, slightly frowned her brows. From this sigh, she could sense a trace of danger. Nia Li, let's leave this place immediately. Plume Flame, God Knees, transmitted her voice to Nia Li. Yeah. Nia Li nodded his head. Duan Jian raised his head and looked at Nia Li. His revenge can be considered to have been taken. From today onwards, wherever Nia Li goes, he will follow. Nia Li pondered a while and said, Since this matter has been settled, let's leave this place. Suddenly, a youth in luxurious clothes walked towards Nia Li. It's Li Heng from the Divine Flames family. Does young master still remember me? Li Heng slightly cupped his hands. Of course. Nia Li nodded his head. It's all thanks to young master's help this time. If young master doesn't mind, why don't you come to our Divine Flames family for a chat? Li Heng said, he can tell that Duan Jian is Nia Li's follower. To have such a powerful follower like Duan Jian, Nia Li's identity must be very noble. We still have some matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving soon. Nia Li looked around at the surrounding families and said, I'm not from the Abyss Prison Realm. If you guys are interested in leaving the Abyss Prison Realm, I'll send someone over to talk to you guys in a few days. Nia Li said after pondering a while, There's so many families in the Abyss Prison Realm, and their strengths are pretty good. With such a vile environment in the Abyss Prison Realm, they will definitely want to leave the Abyss Prison Realm. If all of these families were to move to Glory City, it can greatly increase Glory City's strength. After all, these families have 2 legend rank experts and many black gold rank experts. As for that mysterious old man, although Nia Li doesn't know his identity, he shouldn't lay his hands on Glory City. Furthermore, he probably already knows about the ancient array. With that mysterious strength, it's impossible to defend against it. Chapter 220. Hearing Nia Li's words, Li Heng's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands and said, Since young master has other matters, then forget it. If you can tell us how to leave the Abyss Prison Realm, us 12 families will be eternally grateful. Nia Li nodded his head. He's prepared to let Yi Mo and Yi Zong talk to the Divine Flames family. After all, with so many families, if they really want to move to Glory City, how to arrange it is a big problem. Although Glory City's crisis hasn't been completely resolved, the families of the Abyss Prison Realm will definitely be happy to move. Because the environment of the Abyss Prison Realm is too harsh, it can't be compared to Glory City. This matter will naturally be left to Yi Mo and Yi Zong to deal with. After Nia Li bid farewell to Li Heng, he left with Duan Jian and Plume Flame God Knees. At this moment, halfway up the mountain far away looking at Nia Li and Duan Jian's silhouettes gradually getting further away, an old man wearing tattered clothes was sitting there. His eyes emitted rays of light as he watched Nia Li and the rest leave. At this moment, he didn't have that crazy look from before. Although his clothes were tattered, it couldn't conceal his peerless, sword-like aura. This aura caused the surrounding trees to tremble involuntarily. He seemed to be pondering about something as he muttered, I wonder to what extent can you comprehend that mantra? There was no sadness or joy on his face. A moment later, he closed his eyes and sat down to cultivate. After flying in the abyss prison realm for more than 10 minutes, Nya Li felt as though there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the darkness. He had no choice but to be cautious. After several hours, the feeling gradually disappeared and Nya Li inwardly sighed in relief. Nya Li can feel that this old man is definitely a powerful figure. In the future, he will hide as far as he can. Nya Li and the rest returned to the ancient array and entered it. Glory City, although the news of Nya Li and Yi Ziyun's engagement made many of the direct descendants of the various families a little depressed, it still more or less brought a joyous atmosphere to Glory City. Right now, Nya Li is the future hope of Glory City. All the families have high hopes for Nya Li. Now that the matter with Duanjian is settled, they should be heading to the Nether Realm. After careful consideration, Nya Li decided to bring Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest. As for Xiao Yu, she will stay in Glory City. She's still too young. Because Duanjian had already advanced to legend rank, the effect of the spiritual array would also allow others to advance at a faster speed. If they can reach legend rank, then even if they encounter some unknown danger, they will be able to deal with it. Nya Li, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest have already formed the soul array. If they fight together, their strength will greatly increase. In addition to Plume Flame God Ni's help, even if they face a pinnacle legend rank or even a demigod rank expert, they will still have the strength to protect themselves. Furthermore, the soul array will allow them to sense the location and situation of their companions, ensuring their safety. Among the 10 of them, no matter who it is, if they can obtain the favor of the master of the Nether Realm, then they will be able to help Glory City resolve its current crisis. After receiving Nya Li's notice, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest quickly gathered in Yi Ziyun's yard. Nya Li, I suddenly felt a powerful power of law entering my soul realm. Which one of you has stepped into legend rank? Daozit asked, puzzled. Yeah, I went to the Abyss Prison Realm with Duanjian. Duanjian has already stepped into legend rank. Nya Li said, nodding his head as he explained what happened in the Abyss Prison Realm. So it turns out that Nya Li and Duanjian have already entered the Abyss Prison Realm. Nya Li never thought that Duanjian would actually step into legend rank. After they formed the soul array, the refined energy from Duanjian's breakthrough would enter the soul realm of others through the soul array, allowing them to step into the next realm as well. Nya Li, why didn't you guys tell us that you went to the Abyss Prison Realm? Lu Piao said in a depressed tone. I've been cultivating here for so long that I'm about to die. Nya Li shrugged his shoulders and said, forget about the Abyss Prison Realm. This time, I'm prepared to bring you guys to a more exciting place. Where? Lu Piao's eyes lit up. Everyone also had a curious expression on their faces. Nether Realm, 9-layered Deathlands. Nya Li looked at Lu Piao and said with a faint smile. Looking at Nya Li's profound expression, Lu Piao felt an indescribable chill coming from her back. Will that place be dangerous? If it's too dangerous, then I won't go. Lu Piao shrunk her head back. Are you still a man or not? Xiao Shui coldly snorted and kicked Lu Piao. Who's not a man? Let's go. What's the big deal about it? Lu Piao snorted. Nya Li thought of something and glanced at Yi Ziyun. He saw that Yi Ziyun seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks turned red as she hurriedly turned her head away. When he looked at Xiao Ninger, he saw that Xiao Ninger's eyes had a trace of sadness as she lowered her head. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Nya Li couldn't help rubbing his nose. From today onwards, Yi Ziyun was his fiancée. Actually, Nya Li was very excited in his heart. He really wanted to embrace Yi Ziyun in his arms. However, with so many friends around, he couldn't say anything. Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest also gave a profound smile to Nya Li. Lu Piao meaningfully poked Nya Li and whispered in Nya Li's ears. Nieli, you're pretty awesome. You've already tricked Goddess Ziyun into your hands. Furthermore, you've even settled the city lord and Lord Yemo. Nieli coughed twice and said, "All right, everyone go and prepare yourselves. We'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Furthermore, Ziyun, go and inform Yemo and Lord Yizong. Tell them to make a trip to the Abyss Prison Realm if they have the time and recruit those families from the Abyss Prison Realm to Glory City. The strongest family in the Abyss Prison Realm is only a legend rank fighter. Compared to Yizong and Yemo, the two legend rank demon spiritualists, there's still a huge gap. Therefore, Yizong and Yemo should still be able to suppress those families." "Okay." Yi Ziyun nodded her head. Nya Li looked into the distance. They're preparing to leave for the 9-layered Deathlands. Before leaving, they have to bid farewell to their families. Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest couldn't help going into silence for a moment. They were also preparing to bid farewell to their families. Although they don't know what kind of place the 9-layered Deathlands is, it should be extremely dangerous. However, with the passage of time because of the soul array, they'll soon step into legend rank. If they continue to stay in Glory City, their strength won't be able to increase and they won't be able to protect Glory City. Therefore, they can only go further and become stronger. "Okay, we'll see you tomorrow morning." "Okay, see you tomorrow morning." Wei Nan and the rest responded. The 10 of them returned to their own homes. Nia Li brought Duan Jian and Plume Flame God Knees to the Tensei family. Tensei family as of now, the Tensei family is not far from the city, Lord's Mansion. At the center of Glory City, they have a huge house. The clansmen are living here, practicing martial arts and cultivating without any worries. The wealth that Nia Li left for them is something that they won't be able to spend in a few lifetimes. When Nia Li walked into the house, the younger generations of the Tensei family were practicing martial arts. When they saw Nia Li, they immediately stood up and were very respectful. The current Nia Li has already become a godlike existence in the Tensei family. Although Nia Li doesn't return home often, they would still hear news about Nia Li from time to time. Therefore, they're filled with respect for Nia Li. "Big brother Nia Li!" When Nia saw Nia Li, she immediately ran up in excitement. She has already become the strongest existence in the Tensei family aside from Nia Li. Aside from her usual practice, she would also often teach other family members how to cultivate. "Xiaoyu." Nia Li smiled and patted Nia Yu's head. Nia Yu pursed her lips and smiled. She really enjoyed the intimacy between her and Nia Li. "Tomorrow, big brother Nia Li will be going out for an adventure," Nia Li said, looking at Nia Yu. "Then can I go with you?" Nia Yu blinked her big eyes as she looked at Nia Li. "No, you're still too young," Nia Li said, shaking his head. Oh, hearing Nia Li's words, Nia Yu suddenly revealed a disappointed expression. "Xiao Yu is now the strongest person in the Tensei family, aside from me. When big brother Nia Li isn't around, you'll have to protect the Tensei family," Nia Li solemnly said to Nia Yu. Hearing Nia Li's words, Nia Yu seriously nodded her head. "And I will definitely protect our family." Nia Li waved his hand at the Tensei family's younger generation, then left with Nia Yu to look for his father and the patriarch. Seeing Nia Li's figure disappear at the end of the long corridor, they immediately started discussing. "What's big brother Nia Li's cultivation now?" "I don't know. Even sister Xiaoyu is already black gold rank. Maybe big brother Nia Li has already stepped into legend rank." Legend rank. Many people widen their eyes. Legend rank has always been an unimaginable realm for them. They are filled with respect and admiration for Nia Li. They don't know when they will be able to touch that realm. Big brother Nia Li and sister-in-law Yizun are already engaged. I heard that sister-in-law Ziyun is very beautiful. The most beautiful woman in Glory City. A scolding voice came from the side. "A bunch of stinking brats. Why aren't you guys training? If you guys can reach black gold rank like Xiao Yu in your lifetime, I'll feel gratified." The Tensei family's younger generation immediately stood up and seriously started training. Tensei family's meeting, all knowing that Nya Li has returned. Nya Hai, Nya En, Nya Li's father, Nya Ming, and Bunch all came. Nya Li, you're going out to train? Nya Ming asked, looking at Nya Li. Yes, father. Nya Li nodded his head. Nya Ming looked at Nya Li and sighed. When a child grows up, he will definitely fly out. We can't control you anymore. Take good care of yourself when you're out. And, father, I understand. Looking at the wrinkles at the corner of his father's eyes, Nya Li's nose slightly turned sour. However, he still endured it and lightly smiled. I'll be back soon. Father, you don't have to worry. Furthermore, I will soon step into legend rank. Legend rank? Hearing Nya Li's words, Nya Hai and Nya En couldn't help widening their mouths. They had previously guessed Nya Li's strength and felt that Nya Li might break through to legend rank. However, now that they heard Nya Li personally confirming it, they were still shocked in their hearts. The Tensei family is finally going to have a legend rank expert? Chapter 221. After a long time, Nya Hai, Nya En, and the others finally calmed down. Nya Li's speed of growth was indeed too shocking. They also understood that Nya Li would be an eagle that would spread its wings and soar to places that they had never set foot in their lives, reaching areas that they could not imagine. Nya Li, with our knowledge, we may not be able to give you any advice. Nya Hai was silent for a moment before saying, You are undoubtedly the most outstanding among the younger generation of our Tensei family. We cannot imagine to what extent you will reach in the future. Since you have decided to go out to gain experience, we will not stop you. You have already seen everything in the family's treasury, and there is nothing else that interests you. I think you will not be interested in ordinary things, but this item is passed down by our Tensei family ancestors. Only the heads of the family can possess it. Hearing Nya Hai's words, Nya Li was a little confused. He did not know what Nya Hai was talking about. Only the heads of the Tensei family generations could possess it? Even Nya En looked at Nya Hai in confusion. He did not know what Nya Hai was talking about. Only the heads of the Tensei family generations could possess it? Even Nya En and the others don't know about the existence of this thing, although I don't know what it's used for. Nya Hai laughed. He took out a space ring from his bosom and took out a small embroidered box from within. He then opened the box and took out a red cloth bag. Seeing Nya Hai's actions, Nya Li and the others became even more curious. What exactly was it that Nya Hai had hidden it so well? Nya Hai slowly opened the red cloth bag and took out an item. After seeing this item, Nya Li said in surprise, It's actually this. Hearing Nya Li's words, Nya Hai looked at Nya Li in surprise and asked, You know what this is? Nya En and Nya Ming looked at the thing in Nya Hai's hand in confusion. The thing in Nya Hai's hand was a torn piece of paper. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was as thin as a cicada's wing. When the sunlight shone on it, it seemed a little transparent. It was filled with dense and difficult to understand words. Nya Li nodded. How could he not know what it was? The reason why Nya Li was reborn had a lot to do with this thing. In his previous life, Nya Li's cultivation had already reached an unimaginable level. Even a heavenly fate realm expert was like a speck of dust or an ant before him. However, at that time, he still didn't know the origin of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. At that time, the Temporal Demon Spirit Book wasn't complete. It was missing 8 torn pages. Nya Li found a torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book in Kong Ming the Great's empty sarcophagus. However, he never thought that Nya Hai would actually have a second torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. This torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book was passed down by the generations of patriarchs of the Tensei family. Could it be that it has some kind of relationship with the Tensei family? Nya Li was a little puzzled. After thinking for a while, he decided to forget about it. He'll find out about it in the future. I also have a torn page here. Nya Li took out the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book and said, I have a premonition that there's a huge secret hidden within this remnant page. Patriarch, please hand this remnant page to me for safekeeping." Seeing the remnant page in Nya Li's hand, Nya Hai's eyes widened. All along, he knew that this remnant page was an extraordinary item. It was passed down from an ancestor a long time ago. However, he never thought that Nya Li would also have a page in his hands. He doesn't know what Nya Li is referring to when he said that there's a huge secret hidden within. This secret is probably something that only Nya Li can answer. Here. Nya Hai passed the torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book to Nya Li. Nya Li received the torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book and compared it. He discovered that the two torn pages were exactly the same. Even the words inside were exactly the same. Nya Li frowned his brows. What's going on? Could it be that there's a duplicate page in the Temporal Demon Spirit Book? Since he couldn't figure it out, Nya Li no longer thought about it. He stored the two torn pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Nya Li, since this was passed down from the ancestors, you must take good care of it. Nya Ming instructed. Nya Ming is a cautious person. Although his son is already a legend rank, he's still as humble as before in the family. He does things respectfully and carefully. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to neglect the family's inherited treasure. Father, I understand. Nya Li nodded his head and said, I will definitely take good care of it. Nya Li chatted with Nya Hai and the rest for a while. At night, he accompanied his family for a meal. Nya Li felt that he owed his parents. Ever since his rebirth, Nya Li has been running around to protect Glory City. He spent more time away from his family than together with them. However, this is also a helpless action. Only when Glory City is truly safe can Nya Li's heart be at ease. The night gradually darkened. It was a night without any words. In the morning, Nya Li bid farewell to his family. After making some preparations, he set off. At the entrance of Glory City, Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, and the rest have already arrived. Nya Li looked at the distant city wall and saw two figures quietly standing there. It's Yi Mo and Yi Zong. They only stood far away and did not come up to bid farewell to Nya Li and the rest. The golden morning sun shone on their bodies, draping them with a layer of golden battle robes. Looking at these two figures, Nya Li's eyes were filled with tears. In his previous life, it was the two of them who fought for Glory City. Under their protection, Glory City was able to survive. However, people will eventually grow old. Only the rise of the younger generation can allow Glory City to be truly worry-free. Luo Ming and the other two also arrived. Young Master Nya Li, are we going back to the Nether Realm now? Luo Ming and the rest were already impatient. Before they left, Yi Mo and Yi Zong gave them a lot of good things, especially the wine of Glory City. After drinking it, they were simply stunned. There's actually such good wine in this world. Compared to the wine here, the wine that they drank before is simply horse piss. They were anxious to return and let the patriarch have a taste. Not bad. Nya Li nodded his head. Hearing Nya Li's words, Luo Ming and the other two couldn't help showing joy on their faces. Nya Li looked into the distance. This time, aside from going to the Nether Realm, they also have to go to the 9-layered Deathlands. He doesn't know what they'll encounter in the future, but it's bound to be magnificent. Perhaps they won't be able to see such a brilliant morning sun for a long time, but the hope in their hearts won't be extinguished. Nya Li looked at Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning, then looked at Duan Jian, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments. He's someone who will become a peerless expert. Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, and the rest will also step onto the peak in the future. What can a small 9-layered Deathlands amount to? Yi Ziyun waved her hand in the direction of Yi Mo and Yi Zong. This will be her farthest journey. The group walked out of Glory City and headed towards the entrance of the Nether Realm, gradually disappearing at the end of the forest. On the city wall, Yi Mo and Yi Zong watched from afar. Father, Yun And Niali have already left. Yizong said, looking at Yi Mo, who has been standing there in silence for a long time. Yeah. Yi Mo nodded his head, sighed, and said, they're going to fight for the future of Glory City. After all, we're already old. I hope that they're blessed by the heavens. Although he's worried about Yiziun, Yi Mo knows that by hiding under her wings forever, he won't be able to become an eagle that soars into the sky. Yizong was also praying for Yiziun, Niali and the rest in his heart. With Niali and the rest's current strength, protecting themselves shouldn't be a problem. Yizong, I'll leave Glory City to you for now. I'll be making a trip to the Abyss Prison Realm, Yi Mo said as a ray of light flashed across his eyes. For Glory City, Niali and the rest didn't hesitate to risk their lives in the 9-layered Deathlands. Therefore, he can't just sit there and do nothing. Yes, Yizong replied. Regarding Yi Mo's words, he unconditionally obeyed. In the distant sky, the red sun slowly rose. The sunlight shone on the snowy mountains far away, reflecting the sparkling and translucent light. It's simply too beautiful. In the depths of the Saint Ancestral Mountains, Niali and the rest gradually distanced themselves from Glory City. Stepping on the thick snow, they headed towards the entrance of the Nether Realm. In the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there would occasionally be some snow bears and snow-wind great apes appearing. However, these creatures were no longer a threat to Niali and the rest. Because of Duan Jian's advancement into legend rank, it had a catalyzing effect on the soul realm of others. Along the way, Niali felt that his soul realm was undergoing a rapid transformation. He has already stepped into 2-star black gold rank from 1-star black gold rank. The speed of his cultivation is indeed frightening. This soul array might have even more shocking effects in the future. Just when everyone was slowly approaching the entrance of the Nether Realm, 2 powerful auras suddenly enveloped them. The strength of these 2 auras even surpassed Yi Mo's. Feeling these 2 auras, Plumed Flame Godnese, who was sitting on Niali's shoulder, had a slight change in her expression. Niali, they're here. Plumed Flame Godnese immediately reminded Niali. Hearing Plumed Flame Godnese's words, Niali's heart trembled. He immediately understood what Plumed Flame Godnese was talking about. Duan Jian and the rest also felt these 2 unusual auras and immediately put their guards up. In the snow, 2 figures slowly walked over. One of them was very muscular, with a slightly arched body. Both of his arms were astonishingly long, like a long-armed ape. He only wore a pair of cloth pants, and the muscles on his body were covered with all kinds of strange totems. The other one had a skinny figure. His face was painted with colorful things, his nose bridge was sharp, and his eyes were emitting a chilling light. His palms were like eagle claws. Plume Flame Bitch, we've finally found you. We've been searching for you for so long. The muscular man bared his teeth, giving off a sinister feeling. Us 2 brothers have been searching all the way from the Heavenly Fate Plateau. Since you're no longer hiding in that tortoise shell of the Black Spring, then we'll trample on you. The skinny man revealed a malicious smile as he sized up Plume Flame Godnese. Chapter 222. TSK, I didn't expect that your divine body could only be condensed to such a small extent. But this is good too. Such a small body. There will definitely be a different taste when you play with it. The skinny guy said lewdly. The scene of him holding Plume Flame Godnese's petite body in his hands and ravaging it appeared in his mind. Plume Flame Godnese's face was as cold as frost. Although her state of mind was already hard to affect, these 2 guys still succeeded in infuriating her. Lucian Sha, Lucian Mo, the 2 of you chased me all the way to the Black Spring in order to seize my fragmented divine spark. You have been guarding the Black Spring for so many years. I didn't expect you to still be alive, but today, even if I have to use my life force, I will kill you. Plume Flame Godnese stared coldly at Lucian Sha and Lucian Mo. As Plume Flame Godnese spoke, She transmitted her voice to Nieli. Nieli, although they are only at the peak of the legend rank, their bodies have been cursed and won't be destroyed. One of them is a scarlet shark, while the other is a ghost lizard. I'm not sure what level their cultivation has reached, so you have to be careful. If I can't defeat them, I will use my life force to hold them back. You have to run. Plume Flame Godne's divine body was still in the process of condensing again. Once she used her life force, it might take a long time before she could condense her divine spark again. Nia Li was a little touched by Plume Flame Godne's words. After all, he had just gotten to know Plume Flame Godne's. Actually, with Plume Flame Godne's ability, even if she couldn't defeat these two demonic beasts, she should still be able to escape. Are you guys discussing how to deal with us? Hee hee, don't make any more pointless struggles. Lu Qiansha revealed a cruel smile and slowly approached Nieli and the others. Unlike Lu Qianmo, he wasn't interested in women. He liked to enjoy the pleasure of tearing people apart. Yi Zian, Duanjian, and the others were ready to fight at any time. Nieli felt that the other party's aura was indeed very strong, so he shouted, "Everyone listen to my command. Duanjian, Luo Ming, you go and stall that skinny monkey. Everyone else, be careful." Although the soul realms of Yi, Ziun, Xiaoninger, and the others had been stimulated, they had yet to step into the legendary realm. If they joined the battle, it would be very dangerous. However, he already had 5 legendary powerhouses on his side. Yes, without the slightest hesitation, Duanjian suddenly leapt up, brandishing the black flame sword as he pounced towards the skinny man. Luo Ming followed, closely behind. Nieli glanced at Plume Flame Godne's and said, "Goddess, let's kill the fatter one first." "All right," Plume Flame Godne's replied. Hearing Nia Li's words, Lu Qiansha raged. Nia Li actually didn't put him in his eyes at all. "With just you guys? I want to see how much ability you guys have." His muscles bulged as he swung his huge fist towards Nieli. Every time his muscles were pulled, there would be a muffled explosion sound. Plume Flame Godne's waved her right hand and a huge wall of fire formed in front of Nieli. "If I was at my peak, I might still be afraid of your law of fire. But now, I will completely tear you apart." Lu Qiansha roared. His thick arm directly tore apart the wall of fire. 2 violent water dragons formed out of thin air and pounced towards Nieli. Nia Li's body suddenly became thick and sturdy as he transformed into a fanged panda. The current fanged panda was already completely different from before. His entire body was surrounded by the law of darkness and light. His body had also grown several times bigger. When he saw the water dragons pouncing towards him, he opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast. The yin-yang blast flew out, and with a loud bang, the 2 water dragons were instantly blown into pieces. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiansha was shocked. It was actually the power of light and darkness laws. He actually sensed the power of light and darkness laws from a human child. Why would these 2 types of law powers appear on a single person? Ever since the spiritual gods battle, Lu Qiansha and the others had been cultivating all the time, sensing the law powers. They wanted to seize all the law powers of the human race's spiritual god. If they weren't obsessed with cultivation, they wouldn't have let Plume Flame escape so carelessly. But no matter how they cultivated, the law powers were too difficult to grasp. After so many years of cultivation, they only managed to touch the knack of cultivating the law powers. But they didn't expect that Nieli, a human child, could actually control 2 law powers at the same time. Whether it was the law of light or the law of darkness, they were what they yearned for even in their dreams. The things that they couldn't get were actually obtained by a human child. Moreover, there were 2 of them. This was simply intolerable. Roar! Lu Qiansha's eyes were scarlet red as he swung his huge fist towards Nieli. After Nieli transformed into a fanged panda, although his body was a lot sturdier, he didn't have the slightest bit of clumsiness. After exerting a gravity field on Lu Qianxia, he dodged to the side. Boom! Lu Qianxia's fist missed and bombarded the ground in the distance. Immediately, dust flew up from the explosion and a huge pit appeared. When Lu Qianxia missed and didn't have the time to change his move, Niali opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast at Lu Qianxia. At this moment, Plume Flame God Knees didn't stop. She condensed a ball of blazing flames and blasted it towards Lu Qianxia, sealing off Lu Qianxia's retreat. Seeing that the yin-yang blast and Plume Flame God Knees flames were about to land on Lu Qianxia's body, Lu Qianxia suddenly flickered and flitted past the yin-yang blast. He leaped up and pounced towards Niali. This Lu Qianxia didn't seem to have any powerful long-range attack secret techniques, but his physical body movement technique was extremely shocking. His speed was as fast as lightning. Boom! 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 Niali, Plume Flame God Knees, and Lu Qianxia were engaged in a chaotic battle. Although Nia Li's cultivation was slightly weaker, he had accumulated powerful combat experience and keen senses in his previous life. This allowed him to fight with ease under such a huge disparity in cultivation level. Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, and the rest stood far away. They understood that they couldn't participate in such a battle. Even the 2 one-star legend rank experts under Luo Ming couldn't interfere, let alone them. They felt anxious for Nia Li and the rest. At the same time, they poured their soul force into Nia Li's soul realm. Nia Li's soul realm had increased by several folds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. After all, Lu Qianxia was in existence at the pinnacle of legend rank. Lu Qianxia's speed and the strength of his physical body surprised Niali. Several attacks landed on Lu Qianxia's body, but they didn't cause any damage to Lu Qianxia. But even so, Lu Qianxia didn't seem to dare to take Nia Li's yin-yang blast head-on. After all, it was condensed from the law of darkness and light. The trajectory of the yin-yang blast was easy to capture, making it hard for it to hit Lu Qianxia. Plume Flame bitch, let's see where you can run to. Lu Qianxia's big hand grabbed towards Plume Flame God Knees. Boom! Boom! Plume Flame frowned and snorted coldly. She summoned streams of flames to bombard Lu Qianxia's body, causing Lu Qianxia to retreat step by step. Lu Qianxia's body was instantly lacerated. Lu Qianxia roared in anger. His body rapidly transformed into a giant beast with an extremely strange appearance. His entire body was covered with gelatinous black skin. He looked like some kind of aquatic creature, but he had hands and legs. His left palm grabbed towards Plume Flame. There seemed to be invisible energy in his palm. Swish, swish, swish. The invisible silk, thread-like energy locked onto Plume Flame God Knees. Those invisible threads instantly formed dense strangulation marks on Plume Flame God Knees' body. Plume Flame God Knees' face immediately revealed a painful expression. She snorted and tried to struggle, but she couldn't break free. After all, her divine body had just recovered, and her strength had only recovered to around 3-star legend rank. There was still a huge gap between her and Lu Qianxia. Humph, you want to escape from my palm? Dream on. Plume Flame, if you obediently surrender, we can leave your divine body behind. Otherwise, I will shatter your divine spark again. Lu Qianxia laughed maniacally. Under his control, the invisible threads bound Plume Flame God Knees even tighter. It was as if he wanted to completely crush Plume Flame God Knees. Niali, you guys leave quickly. Plume Flame God Knees said anxiously. She was already preparing to activate her natal energy. Damn thing, eat my hidden weapons. Nia Li's palm moved slightly. 2 draconic bombs shot towards Lu Qianxia's head and abdomen. Seeing the 2 round balls shooting towards him, Lu Qianxia sneered. He retracted his right palm, and the 2 draconic bombs flew directly into his palm. Haha, these 2 iron balls can't be a child's toy, right? You want to injure me with these? What a joke! Luqian Sha laughed maniacally and ridiculed. The corner of Nya Li's mouth curved into a sneer. These draconic bombs weren't ordinary iron balls, but dragon's soul stone sealed with the law of darkness and light. Before Luqian Sha's laughter ended, 2 terrifying explosions were heard. The terrifying power instantly swept out and engulfed Luqian Sha's right hand. Ah! Luqian Sha let out a mournful scream. His right palm was torn apart by the power of the draconic bomb. His entire body was shaken by the power of the explosion, and he staggered a few steps back. His huge body collapsed with a loud bang. At the moment of the explosion, Plume Flame God Knees broke free from the shackles. She quickly cast a flame shield on herself to protect herself. Seeing this scene, Plume Flame God Knees was completely stunned. She recalled that Niali had told her about these draconic bombs before. She didn't take it to heart at that time, but after witnessing it today, she didn't expect these draconic bombs to have such terrifying power. Chapter 223. In the distance, Yixiun, Xiaoning, and the rest were also slightly stunned. They still didn't understand what had happened. Luqian Mo, Duan Jian, and Luo Ming, who were in the midst of an intense battle, paused for a moment. Luqian Mo didn't expect that Luqian Sha would actually fall in the hands of Niali. He was already feeling anxious in his heart. "I'm going to kill you." Luqian Sha roared in rage. This was the heaviest injury that he had suffered in the past thousands of years. He didn't expect that he would actually be plotted against by a brat like Niali. His heart was filled with rage. However, at this moment, Niali sneered. His right hand swished as 6 draconic bombs were shot towards Luqian Sha. Seeing Niali's action, the surrounding people instantly felt their scalps go numb as they quickly retreated. They didn't expect Niali to be so generous and throw so many at once. When Luqian Mo saw this scene, he wanted to support Luqian Sha, but he was stopped by Duan Jian and Luo Ming. "Your opponent is me," Duan Jian coldly snorted. Before Luqian Mo could make a move, a terrifying explosion came from behind. The whistling sound seemed to be able to penetrate everyone's eardrums. Just as Luqian Sha got up, those draconic bombs appeared around him. His eyes were filled with fear. What the hell are these things? How can they have such terrifying power? He had just suffered a serious injury, so it was already too late for him to dodge. Boom! 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 Luqian Sha's body was completely engulfed by the yin-yang blast. He was blown away and landed a few hundred meters away. After suffering so many yin-yang blasts, Luqian Sha was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live for long. "Big brother!" Luqian Mo let out an enraged roar. Sharp spikes grew out of his body and he turned into a huge lizard. Pung! Pung! The spikes on his body pierced through Luo Ming and Duan Jian's bodies and sent them flying. Luqian Mo pounced towards Nia Li like a madman. Luqian Mo thought that with Luqian Sha's strength, he would be able to kill Niali and Plume Flame. However, he didn't expect Niali to take out a black metal ball that could actually explode, causing Luqian Sha to fall into a trap. Luqian Mo and Luqian Sha have been inseparable for tens of thousands of years. Their relationship has even surpassed that of ordinary brothers. Sensing that Luqian Sha's aura has been completely extinguished, Luqian Mo went completely insane and pounced towards Nelly, vowing to kill Nelly and take revenge for Luqian Sha. Luqian Mo and Luqian Sha retreated and spat out a yin-yang blast. Boom! Boom! The yin-yang blast continued to explode in the sky, but Luqian Mo dodged it. He roared towards the sky and spat out a venomous liquid towards Nelly. The venomous liquid covered the sky, completely sealing off Nia Li's escape route. Nia Li's body rapidly shrunk as he kept the fanged panda demon spirit at an astonishing speed. He quickly turned back into the shadow demon, and his body quickly disappeared. PFFF! PFFF! The venomous liquid spilled on the ground, emitting white smoke. However, the ground was empty. Where was Nia Li's shadow? What's going on? Lucien Emo frowned his brows. His attack should have completely enveloped Nia Li, sealing off all of Nia Li's escape routes. However, why did Nia Li suddenly disappear? Plume Flame Godnese coldly snorted. In an instant, lightning flame meteors bombarded towards Lucien Emo. Duanjian, who was far away, also charged over. He brandished the black flame sword and engaged in battle with Lucien Emo. Nia Li's body moved outside of the venomous liquid's area, then slowly reappeared. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and was able to dodge Lucien Mo's attack. If it was someone else with insufficient combat experience, they wouldn't be able to react in time. The strength of these two fellas is really shocking. If it wasn't for him using the draconic bomb to ambush Lucien Sha, it wouldn't have been an easy task to kill Lucien Sha. The instant Nia Li reappeared, 2 draconic bombs were already shot out from Nia Li's hands. Duanjian, quickly dodge! Nia Li barked. Hearing Nia Li's words, Duanjian immediately dodged to the side. Boom! Another 2 draconic bombs exploded around Lucien Mo's body, and a terrifying might swept out. However, Lucien Mo dodged in time. Although he was affected by the impact, his injuries weren't too serious. He leaped and once again pounced towards Nia Li. Let's see how many more of these toys you have. Go to hell! Lucien Mo's right hand suddenly turned into countless spikes and covered Nia Li. The mysterious metal balls that Nia Li used look like hidden weapons made by inscriptionists. This level of hidden weapons must be extremely difficult to make. Nia Li shouldn't have many of them in his hands. At the instant when Lucien Emo leaped, Nia Li's heart moved. 15 to 16 metal balls appeared in his hand, and he threw them towards Lucien Emo. Seeing this scene, Lucien Mo's heart trembled. He didn't expect that Nia Li would have so many draconic bombs. He quickly dodged to the side. However, he saw that at this moment, another 15 to 16 metal balls appeared in Nia Li's right hand, and he continued to throw them. Wave after wave, the draconic bombs in Nia Li's hand seemed to be endless as they crazily poured towards Lucien Emo. What's going on? Why does this kid have so many of these toys? Lucien Mo's face turned green. He quickly dodged and avoided those metal balls. Some of the metal balls fell to the ground but did not explode. Seeing this, Lucien Emo immediately understood that Nia Li is playing tricks. It's impossible for Nia Li to have so many draconic bombs. Many of them must be fake. Lucien Emo waved his palm energy through the air, and with a bang, he shattered one of the draconic bombs. Nothing happened. Lucien Emo sneered. As expected, he once again pounced towards Nia Li. So. The metal balls in Nia Li's hand continued to pour towards Lucien Emo. Although Lucien Emo deliberately dodged, some of the metal balls still landed on Lucien Mo's body. Boom! Just when Lucien Mo's defense was a little lax, a draconic bomb suddenly exploded around him. The terrifying energy instantly broke through Lucien Mo's defense and devoured his right forelimb. Lucien Emo immediately let out a mournful scream. He finally hit one. Nia Li's brows twitched. Previously, when he was crafting the draconic bombs, Nia Li already understood that the Dragon Soul Stone is limited. He used some steel to craft a similar size metal ball that looked similar to the draconic bombs. Nia Li thought that if the opponent was on guard against the draconic bombs, these fake draconic bombs might have a miraculous effect. He never expected that Lucien Emo would really fall for it. After Lucien Emo fell for it, Nia Li took out a few real draconic bombs and threw them at Lucien Emo. Lucien Emo had just been hit by a draconic bomb. Before he could react, he saw draconic bombs flying towards him. Boom! 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 Lucien Mo's mournful scream was drowned out by the explosions. Just like Lucian Shah, he was sent flying. Sensing that Lucian Mo's aura was slowly disappearing, Niali heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with these two troublesome fellows. Raising his head, he noticed that Plume Flame, Yiziun, and the rest were looking at him in a daze. Niali scratched his head. Was there something wrong? They clearly didn't know what the draconic bombs in Niali's hands were. The power was simply too terrifying. It actually killed 2 Pinnacle Legend rank demon beasts. They originally thought that they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in this battle. Who would have thought that Niali's side would directly bombard the 2 demon beasts and send them flying? They didn't recover from the shock for a long time. Niali, what exactly are those metal bombs? Can you give me a pile too? Lu Piao rubbed his hands and said with a smile. He was completely shocked by the power of the draconic bombs. If he had a pile of draconic bombs, even if he encountered a legend rank expert, he would definitely be able to make the other party suffer. A pile! Niali smiled bitterly. He had exhausted all his dragon soul stones and only managed to get 50 to 60 of them. Where was he going to get a pile? Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to make so many fake draconic bombs. Even if you can't get a pile, give me a dozen or 20 will do. Lu Piao said with a smile. It's useless even if I give it to you, because the power inside can only be activated by my law of darkness and law of light. Niali said with a bitter smile. Hearing Niali's words, Lu Piao immediately revealed a disappointed expression. He spread his hands and said, All right then. His idea of blasting a legend rank expert to death had completely fallen through. Niali, where did these 2 demon beasts come from? Yiziun looked at Niali and asked. These 2 demon beasts are here to kill Sister Plume Flame. Niali glanced at Plume Flame and said, They are enemies of Plume Flame. As for the matter regarding the spiritual god, Niali couldn't explain it clearly in such a short time. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that these 2 legend rank demon beasts were here to kill Plume Flame. Everyone, I'm sorry for letting everyone encounter such danger. Plume Flame said apologetically. It's all right. Sister Plume Flame is too polite. Since we are all companions, helping each other is something we should do. Dowsit and the others said. Niali searched for a while and found 3 items, all of which were left behind by the 2 demon beasts. One of them was a green poison pearl, filled with an astonishing amount of poison. Niali's thoughts moved. This is a good item, so he quickly kept it. The second was a silver moon longsword, a legend rank item. Niali directly gave it to Dowsit. The third was a black dragon scale. He didn't know what it was used for, so Niali directly gave it to Duanjian. After packing these things, Niali looked at everyone and said, Let's hurry into the Nether Realm. Everyone walked towards the entrance of the Nether Realm. Just as Niali and the others stepped into the Nether Realm, in the northern heavenly ice field far away from the Saint Ancestral Mountains, a slender figure was sealed in the thick ice. This person's appearance was so handsome that he didn't look like an ordinary person. People couldn't help but feel a suffocating feeling when looking at him, as if their heartbeat would stop. He seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. I didn't think that Plume Flame, that woman, would be able to escape from the Black Spring. Those 2 idiots didn't keep an eye on Plume Flame. Not only did she escape, but she was also killed. Truly useless. His voice was like the ice from hell. Chapter 224. His hands formed a mysterious seal. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted 2 rays of divine light. The purpose of your trip is to the Nether Realm? You want to seek the protection of the Master of the Nether Realm? With my strength, I'm indeed no match for the Master of the Nether Realm. However, don't think that with the protection of the Master of the Nether Realm, you'll be safe. Strange rays of light appeared in his eyes as the power of countless laws revolved around him. The power of the laws first transformed into streams of light, and then slowly, Strange flowers bloomed around him. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, until 6 flowers bloomed, and only 1 flower remained. This 7th flower was swelling, as if it would bloom at any moment. It's been tens of thousands of years. I've been hiding here, waiting for the moment the 7 lotuses bloom. Plume Flame, unless you offer your divine spark to me, you'll have to die. The corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Netherrealm at the edge of the 9-layered Deathland's countless tents were set up on the boundless wasteland. The experts of hundreds of families from the 15 cities of the Netherrealm were all gathered here. Each of these families occupied a piece of territory, their banners fluttering in the wind. Although the Jade Seal family was one of the top 3 families in Blackrock City, they weren't even ranked amongst the 15 cities of the Netherrealm. The most powerful families of the Netherrealm were all gathered in Nether City, the heart of the Netherrealm. Any one of them could easily crush the families of the other 14 cities. Becoming the disciple of the master of the Netherrealm, aside from the possibility of stepping into the realm of spiritual gods, one could also become the ruler of Nether City and receive the worship of countless families. This was undoubtedly extremely tempting. Although they knew that the 9-layered Deathlands was filled with danger, everyone still rushed forward without a care for their own safety. A group of people arrived at the Jade Seal family's tent. It was Nya Li and his group, who were covered in dust from the journey. Nya Li and his group first arrived at the Jade Seal family in Blackrock City. However, they were informed that Luo Shao and his group had already arrived at the 9-layered Deathlands. Therefore, Nya Li and his group were led here by the experts of the Jade Seal family. Uncle Luo, we meet again. Nya Li lightly smiled as he greeted Luo Shao. Nephew Nya Li is here too. Luo Shao smiled. He glanced at the people around Nya Li and raised his eyebrows. Who are these people? Luo Shao could sense that the auras of Nya Li and the others were very shocking. It was very likely that they had already reached Black Gold rank or even Legend rank. The tall and sturdy young man with black wings on his back was one thing, but the others were all so young, yet their cultivations were so strong. If they were given more time, to what extent could they grow? Nya Li introduced Yi Ziyun, Shao Ninger, and the others. As for Plume Flame, she had been hiding in Nya Li's sleeve. Hearing Nya Li say that Yi Ziyun was his fiancée, Luo Shao couldn't help taking a few more glances at her and gave a slight nod to Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun's face turned red. She didn't know whether she should respond or not, so she could only glare at Nya Li. Nya Li chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest looked around. They haven't been in the Nether Realm for long, so they were filled with curiosity about everything here. However, the smell of sulfur here was extremely unpleasant. In comparison, Glory City was simply heaven. With nephew Nya Li's current identity, there's no need for you to risk your life in the 9-layered Deathlands. Luo Shao said to Nya Li in a low voice. Nya Li is now a senior inscriptionist. If anything were to happen to him in the 9-layered Deathlands, Luo Shao would simply cry himself to death. Once they enter the 9-layered Deathlands, all the experts from the various families will be competing with each other. At that time, it's inevitable that there will be friction. Every family has many demigod rank experts. They're not people that Nya Li can fight against. Nya Li naturally understood Luo Zhao's concerns. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Luo. We're only here to join in the fun. We won't take any risks." Nya Li naturally wouldn't come here just to join in the fun. However, in order to dispel Luo Zhao's concerns, he could only say this. Hearing Nya Li's words, Luo Shao felt a little relieved. Luo Shao felt a little more at ease. "Why aren't you guys entering the 9-layered Deathlands?" Nya Li asked. "Normally, we can only enter the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. We have to go up layer by layer. It's a difficult journey, and it'll take a few months to reach the 6th layer. However, in 3 days at midnight, the 7th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands will open. Once it opens, we can directly enter the 7th layer. Luo Shao said. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were also listening attentively. The 9-layered Deathlands was indeed a mysterious place. So that's how it is. Nia Li nodded his head and asked, what does the 7th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands look like? The 9-layered Deathlands was originally an ancient battlefield. Countless experts died, and it experienced the accumulation of death aura for tens of thousands of years before it was formed. However, the 7th layer is different from other places. The Master of the Netherrealm has transformed the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers into his absolute domain. Within this domain, all the rules are set by him. Every time the Master of the Netherrealm chooses a disciple, the situation is slightly different. I don't know what the rules are like this time, but every time you enter a layer, the Master of the Netherrealm servant will appear and inform you of the rules. Luo Shao explained. The last time the Master of the Netherrealm chose a disciple was 10 years ago. Normally, the number of disciples that the Master of the Netherrealm accepts varies from a few hundred to a few thousand. However, only one person can become the final successor. Nia Li nodded his head. In his heart, Nia Li was filled with curiosity towards the Master of the Netherrealm. He didn't know what kind of person the Master of the Netherrealm was. This is the VIP medallion of the Divine Seal Auction House. As long as you have this, ordinary people won't dare to provoke you. When you meet with trouble, nephew Nia Li can show this medallion and most problems will be solved. Luo Shao thought for a moment, then handed a golden medallion to Nia Li. Nia Li took the medallion from Luo Zhao's hand and examined it. It was only an ordinary medallion, although there were some special inscription patterns carved on it. The Divine Seal Auction House is one of the top 3 auction houses in the 15 cities of the Netherrealm. Within the Nether City, they have an extraordinary position. Ordinary families wouldn't dare to provoke them. Luo Shao said. Previously, Luo Shao relied on the fact that Nia Li was a high-rank inscription master and had forged many valuable battle weapons. That was how he was able to establish a connection with the Divine Seal Auction House and obtain a backer. Nia Li nodded his head and kept the medallion. These things were naturally the more the better. For the next few days, nephew should stay here and not go out. Right now, all the families are gathered here, waiting for the opening of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. The people outside are very complicated and chaotic. It's best for nephew to be careful. Luo Shao reminded Nia Li. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Luo. I will be careful. Nia Li nodded his head. After chatting with Luo Shao for a while, Luo Shao arranged a place for Nia Li and the others to stay, waiting for the opening of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Nia Li could feel powerful auras sweeping past everywhere. These were all demigod rank experts. One could imagine how intense the competition for the successor of the Master of the Netherrealm was. Even the demigod rank experts were fighting for this position. Everyone returned to their own tents. Nia Li stayed in his own tent and focused on cultivating. He once again took out the mysterious egg and continuously poured the power of law into it. Along the way, he had already lost count of how much power of law he had poured into the egg. However, there were still only a few tiny cracks on the egg. There was no sign of it hatching. For this egg, the more power of law, the better. It didn't reject anything. However, Nia Li could feel that the heartbeat inside the egg was getting stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the connection between him and the egg was getting closer. Therefore, Nia Li didn't give up on pouring the power of law into it. Nia Li was certain that it wouldn't take long before the egg hatched. After pouring the power of law into the mysterious egg, Nia Li continued to cultivate. As he cultivated, the 2 remnant pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit book quietly emitted a faint glow that enveloped Nia Li's body. As time passed, Nia Li's cultivation continued to increase. After such a long period of cultivation, he had already stepped into 3-star black gold rank. From his soul realm, Nia Li could feel that after Duan Jian's catalysis, the cultivation of the others had also increased by leaps and bounds. The majority of them had already stepped into 4-star black gold rank. Their cultivation speed had always been faster than Nia Li's. After cultivating the Heavenly God cultivation technique, Nia Li had the slowest increase in his cultivation. Although the increase in his realm was slower, the increase in his strength had exceeded the others. After a moment, Lu Piao hurriedly ran in and said, "Nia Li, I just received news from a young member of the Jade Seal family. Many of the younger generation of the Jade Seal family have entered the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands to adventure. They seem to be searching for something called the spiritual origin fruit. It's said that it can greatly increase one's cultivation." Spiritual origin fruit? Hearing Lu Piao's words, Plume Flame landed on Nia Li's shoulder and said to Nia Li, "This spiritual origin fruit is an extremely rare item. It's said that it can only grow from the corpses of countless experts. However, the spiritual origin fruit itself is extremely pure, like ice and snow. It's an extremely pure energy. If you can find a few spiritual origin fruits, it will be of great help to your cultivation. Who knows, it might even allow you to directly break through to legend rank." Nia Li pondered for a moment. If he could obtain a few spiritual origin fruits before the 7th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands opens, it would greatly increase his cultivation. It would be of great help to them. "Go tell Dowsett and the rest that we're going to take a look at the 1st layer of the 9-layered Deathlands," Nia Li said after thinking a while. "All right, I'll go inform them now." Hearing Nia Li's words, Lu Piao instantly became excited. Chapter 225. After everyone made their preparations, they quietly set off together. Since they only have a cooperative relationship with the Jade Seal family, Nia Li didn't want his movements to be restricted. The entrance to the 1st layer of the 9-layered Deathlands was a long path that led into the depths of the mist. Everything in the distance was shrouded in layers of mist, making it hard for people to see clearly. On this path, there would occasionally be people walking in groups, heading into the depths of the mist. Within the mist, Nia Li would occasionally feel waves of deathly aura assaulting him. Looking at the ground, there were corpses everywhere, as well as some damaged battle weapons. Many of the battle weapons had already been corroded to an extremely high degree. A casual touch would cause them to shatter into ashes. Feeling this dreadful, deathly aura, everyone couldn't help feeling a chill. Luckily, there are so many people here. Lu Piao shrunk her head. This place really isn't something that ordinary people would come to. Along the way, there would occasionally be groups of people passing by, so they wouldn't feel particularly nervous. Those that came were all ordinary experts from the various families of the Nether Realm. Most of them were black gold rank, with the slightly stronger ones being legend rank. However, demigod rank experts would disdain coming to the 1st layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. After entering the fog, the surrounding environment instantly changed. The experts of the various aristocratic families who were advancing in succession suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Why did they suddenly disappear? Dowsett asked in puzzlement. Yiziyun and the rest couldn't help having doubts in their eyes. Those people were clearly tens of meters away. Why did they suddenly disappear? Nia Li furrowed his brows and immediately said, "You guys follow closely. Someone has placed a fog of bewilderment here. It's very easy to get separated. The fog of bewilderment will usually last for an entire day before dispersing. The time it takes for it to disperse is roughly 2 hours. If you get separated, gather at the exit when the fog of bewilderment disperses." Just as Nia Li finished speaking, he looked around. He had no idea where Lu Piao and Xiao Shui went. Then it was Dowsett, then Duan Jian. The people around them disappeared one by one. Nia Li hurriedly grabbed Yi Ziyun's hand. He also wanted to grab Ning Er's hand. However, Ning Er's figure quickly disappeared into the fog, and the surrounding fog rapidly changed. Plume Flame God Knees seemed to have discovered something and flew off somewhere. Niali shouted, but had already disappeared. Where are Ninger and the others? Yi Ziyun asked. Traces of nervousness and worry could be seen in his eyes. They're fine. Although we got separated from them, our soul realms have formed a soul array so we can sense their existence. Niali said after sensing for a while. They won't get lost. Being grabbed by Niali, Yi Ziyun's face couldn't help turning slightly hot. However, she didn't dare to let go. The fog of bewilderment was relatively dense, and if she wasn't careful, she might get lost. She didn't expect that she would mysteriously become Nia, Li's fiancé. She felt a little awkward about her new identity. Nia, Li brought Yi Ziyun out of the fog. After traveling through the dense fog for several hours, Nia Li and Yi Ziyun walked out of the fog. Only then did Nia Li and Yi Ziyun walk out of the fog. Although they could sense that the others weren't far from their position, it wasn't easy to find them. After passing through the fog, Nia Li saw many figures flying in the distance. Streaks of red light soared into the sky, and a mysterious aura spread out in all directions. He could feel the majestic and pure energy contained within. Nia Li's heart stirred. Was this a sign that some treasure was about to appear? Follow me, Nia Li said to Yi Ziyun as he flew forward. Yi Ziyun followed behind Nia Li. The two of them flew into the distance. This was a vast lake. The lake water was turbid, but it was unknown what was hidden in the lake. Streaks of red light shone through the turbid lake water. Just the aura alone was enough to make one feel relaxed and happy. The thing in the lake water had obviously attracted the covetous eyes of countless people. Experts from various aristocratic families had gathered at the lakeside, wanting to fight for the treasure in the lake. However, no one dared to enter the lake. For many of them, this wasn't their first time here. Although the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands was relatively safe, many places were also filled with danger. However, danger lurked in many places, especially in some lakes and abysses. No one knew what was hidden in them. The treasure in the lake water had attracted everyone's attention. I didn't expect the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands to hide such a treasure, such a pure aura. It must be something extraordinary. Hundreds of experts from various aristocratic families had gathered at the lakeside. They were all on guard against each other. Once the treasure was revealed, it would definitely cause a fight. Who's going to fish it up? One of the well-dressed young masters frowned. There was no point in just watching from the lakeside. Young master, I remember now. There used to be a rumor that there was a treasure hidden in this lake. A few years ago, it released a strange red light, but it disappeared very quickly. Afterwards, a few demigod rank experts came here to investigate, but they couldn't find it. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. A silver-armored servant said respectfully. The well-dressed young master frowned his brows. The treasure at the bottom of the lake might be hidden again at any time. The opportunity was fleeting. The well-dressed young master grabbed a servant with his right hand and threw him into the lake. The servant was a black gold rank expert, but he was actually picked up like a chick. Go down there and find it for me. The well-dressed young master said coldly. The servant fell into the water with a splash. He didn't dare to go ashore, so he dived into the water and started searching. The servant gradually disappeared into the murky lake water. At this moment, the lake water suddenly began to churn violently. A moment later, a thick stream of blood came out. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale. There was probably something terrifying hidden in the lake, and that person was probably dead. The well-dressed young master's face turned cold. He lost a subordinate, but didn't get anything. This made him feel a little depressed. The surrounding people distanced themselves from the well-dressed young master, afraid that they would be thrown into the lake. Who is this person? You guys don't know. He's Tsong Ming of the Soul Feather family. known as the #1 genius of the Nether Realm. So he's Song-Ming of the Blood Feather family. Everyone had expressions of fear on their faces. Song-Ming was fully deserving of being the #1 genius of the Nether Realm. At such a young age, he had already reached the pinnacle of legend rank. It was said that he came prepared this time in order to become the successor of the Master of the Nether Realm. However, not far from Song-Ming, several figures stood proudly. Their auras weren't much inferior to Song-Ming's. Normally, these people wouldn't come here. However, the 7th layer of the Deathlands would only open in 3 days. Many of them had nothing to do, so they decided to enter the Deathlands to take a look. They didn't expect to encounter this red treasure light. A look of disgust flashed across Yizun's elegant face as she glanced at the cultivators from the various aristocratic families and clans. Song-Ming, in particular, had complete disregard for human life. Compared to him, the people of Glory City were much kinder. Aside from the sacred family and a few other families, they wouldn't kill each other. Although everyone coveted the treasure at the bottom of the lake, no one dared to go down. Suddenly, a clear voice came from afar, laughing. "Brother Song-Ming, let's go down together and fish up the treasure. As for who the treasure belongs to, we'll decide later. How about it?" The one who spoke was a delicate and handsome young man who looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. He stood there proudly as his clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face, making him look very carefree. Who is this person? Mu Yi of the Spirit Cultivation family. He's also a super genius. However, he often secludes himself for years and rarely shows himself. Many people don't know what level his cultivation has reached. Everyone's discussion was heard by Nieli. Whether it's this Mu Yi or that Song-Ming, they're both disciples of some super families in Nether City. It seems that there are quite a lot of people here to fight for the treasure. Hearing Mu Ye's words, Song-Ming laughed and said, "Since you've said so, why wouldn't I dare?" Although he doesn't know what kind of creature is hidden at the bottom of the lake, Song-Ming naturally won't show any weakness with the protection of his family's armor. Plop, plop, plop. Song-Ming, Mu Yi, and the other 5 experts dove into the lake. However, after the 6 experts went down, no one dared to follow them. The experts from the various families looked at the muddy lake water and felt their scalps go numb. After all, this is the 9-layered Deathlands. There are many places that haven't been explored yet. Who knows what kind of terrifying creature is hidden here? After the 6 experts dove into the lake water suddenly churned. Pillars of water shot up into the sky. Muffled bangs could be heard from the bottom of the lake. An intense battle was probably going on. All of a sudden, a huge demonic beast rushed out of the lake. It let out an angry roar and flew into the sky. On its forehead, a red jewel was deeply embedded in its flesh, emitting a dazzling red light. This demonic beast looked a little like a lizard. Its entire body was covered in black skin. However, its 4 legs were strangely small, and its huge tail was tens of meters long. Its entire body was emitting a terrifying corpse aura. Seeing this scene, the people at the lakeside were so scared that their faces changed. They cried out in alarm. "That's a zombie Jiao dragon. Run!" The hundreds of people in the surroundings scattered like birds and beasts. The remaining people prepared to fight at any time. "What's a zombie Jiao dragon?" Yizun asked doubtfully. Although she was standing far away, she could clearly see the demonic beast's appearance. A zombie Jiao dragon is a type of snake-type demonic beast. It lives among tens of thousands of corpses. It devours the essence of corpses to finally take form. It's an extremely intelligent creature. An adult zombie Jiao dragon usually has the strength of a legend rank. Every 1,000 years, the strength of a zombie Jiao dragon will experience a leap. When it reaches 10,000 years, it will probably be able to rival a spiritual god. Chapter 226. It turned out that the zombie Jiao Dragon was so powerful. No wonder everyone was so shocked when it appeared. Moreover, this zombie Jiao Dragon was a little different from the other monster beasts. A strange red bead grew from its head, attracting the attention of countless people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures shot out from the bottom of the lake and pounced towards the zombie Jiao Dragon. The longer the zombie Jiao Dragon lived, the smaller its body became. It was unknown how long this zombie Jiao Dragon had lived. Li couldn't tell, but judging from its strength, it shouldn't be at the demigod rank. Otherwise, the 6 people would already be dead. The 6 people that charged into the lake were all well-known figures amongst the younger generation of some of the Nether Realm's superfamilies. They were extremely confident in their own strength, so they showed no fear when facing the zombie Jiao Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. As the 6 people fought the zombie Jiao Dragon, the others were also eager to give it a try, ready to surround and attack the zombie Jiao Dragon at any moment to snatch the red bead from its head. Looking at the red bead, Li's heart trembled. Just what exactly was this bead? Even he wasn't too sure. However, there was one thing that he could be sure of. Judging from the energy fluctuations emitted by this red bead, this thing was definitely not something to be trifled with. Li, what is this red bead? Yi Ziyun asked. Her heart was also filled with doubts. I don't know either. Li shook his head. A trace of astonishment flashed through Yi Ziyun's eyes. Even Li didn't know the origin and use of this bead. In her heart, Li was simply omniscient. Seeing Yi Ziyun's expression, Li naturally knew what Yi Ziyun was thinking. He spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Of course, he wasn't omniscient. In this world alone, there were too many things he didn't know. At this moment, the zombie Jiao Dragon suddenly roared towards the sky, opening its mouth to spit out balls of water. These balls of water shot out in all directions, constantly exploding, causing the surrounding people to be thrown off their feet. Some of the liquid splattered onto the bodies of these people, causing sizzling white smoke to rise, corroding much of their skin. Some people who were hit by the water balls immediately let out mournful screams. One of the water balls flew towards Li and Yi Ziyun. Be careful! Li shouted anxiously. He directly threw Yi Ziyun out. His left hand moved and crushed a guardian godstone. Boom! The water ball exploded at the spot where Li and Yi Ziyun had been standing, creating a hole in the ground. The water splashed onto the shield and slowly flowed down the shield. If the water ball were to directly hit the shield, the terrifying liquid would probably corrode and penetrate the shield. However, only a small portion of it was blocked by the shield. Li and Yi Ziyun both fell into a pit on the side, and the delicate fragrance of a young girl wafted over. Li felt as if his hands had touched something soft. He subconsciously pinched it, and a soft and round feeling came from the palm of his hand. The fragrance from Yi Ziyun's hair made people feel relaxed and happy. Yi Ziyun didn't know what was going on. She was dizzy from being hit by Li. Li's body was on top of hers, and the pressure made her feel a little suffocated. She felt a strange feeling coming from her chest, and her cheeks immediately turned crimson. You get up. Previously, she had thought of repaying him with her body. Only then would she be able to repay Li for saving her father. However, she was still very nervous when it came to it. Such intimate contact, and feeling Li's broad chest, Yi Ziyun's heart thumped wildly. Seeing Yi Ziyun's shy appearance, Li quickly got up and rubbed his head. He laughed mischievously and said, An accident, an accident." Yi Ziyun quickly sat up, and her cheeks were still flushed. She softly responded, "N." Seeing Yi Ziyun's shy and moving appearance, Li was filled with pity. He extended his hand and pulled Yi Ziyun up, saying, "Be careful. This zombie Jiao Dragon's water balls have an extremely strong corrosive effect." Yi Ziyun glanced at the surrounding ground. Indeed, The places where the water balls were spat were corroded, and her heart couldn't help but shiver. Niali raised his head and saw Tsangming, Muyi, and the others. The battle with the zombie Jiao Dragon was getting more and more intense, and the sky was turning dark. Boom! Tsangming's blood palms constantly bombarded the zombie Jiao Dragon's body, causing it to let out mournful screams. While the zombie Jiao Dragon was struggling, its tail ruthlessly struck a young expert nearby, causing him to spit out blood and be sent flying. Tsangming coldly glanced at the young expert, but he didn't care. Although they were working together, they were still competitors. He couldn't be bothered to care about that person's life or death. Hearing the zombie Jiao Dragon screams, Nya Li inwardly thought that the zombie Jiao Dragon wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Being besieged by so many legend rank experts, the zombie Jiao Dragon was no match for them despite its powerful physique. Roar! The zombie Jiao Dragon let out a furious roar, and the red jewel on its forehead emitted a dazzling radiance. Its body was constantly changing, and layers of red scales covered it. 2 long feelers grew from the corners of its mouth. Bang! 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 The zombie Jiao Dragon's tail struck 2 young experts, sending them flying. Tsangming and Mu Yi couldn't help taking a few steps back. They never thought that the red jewel would have such an effect. It allowed the zombie Jiao Dragon's strength to rise to another level. It seems that they have a chance. Nya Li wasn't prepared to fight. Although the red jewel was indeed an amazing treasure, it was his fortune to obtain it, and his fate to lose it. He wasn't prepared to force it. At this moment, Nya Li suddenly felt a familiar aura. He looked into the distance and saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Who else could it be but Yi Han? Yi Han was with a group of people from the Wugui family, watching the battle from afar. Feeling that Nya Li's gaze was a little strange, Yi Ziyun followed Nya Li's gaze and looked into the distance. When she saw Yi Han, she was instantly filled with rage. Because of Yi Han, she almost lost her father. She was filled with rage and hatred towards Yi Han. Feeling something, Yi Han looked over. When he saw Nya Li and Yi Ziyun, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a trace of chilling light. It's actually Nya Li and Yi Ziyun. Enemies really are bound to meet on a narrow road. Because of Nya Li, he wasn't able to inherit the city, Lord's position, and could only betray Glory City. Like a stray dog, he came here. Now that he saw Nya Li and Yi Ziyun together, his heart was burning with jealousy. Since you're here to die, then don't blame me. Yi Han clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. There were a total of over 20 people from the Wugui family. The one leading them was a well-built youth wearing silver armor. He held a huge sky silver sword in his hand and emitted a frightening killing intent from head to toe. Yi Han whispered into the youth's ear, "Young Master Wu Yu, those 2 are from Glory City." Wu Yu took a glance at Nya Li and Yi Ziyun and narrowed his eyes. Especially Yi Ziyun. His eyes couldn't help lighting up. The women of the human race have always been the most beautiful among the various races. Although Yi Ziyun is still a little young, she has already grown into a slender and elegant woman. From Glory City? What's the strength of those 2? Wu Yu asked as he looked at Yi Han. Young Master Wu Yu, according to what I know, those 2 should have already reached gold rank. Yi Han pondered for a moment and said, when he left, Nya Li and Yi Ziyun were indeed only gold rank. Bullshit. 2 gold rank dares to enter the 9-layered Deathlands? Wu Yu scolded. Hearing Wu Yu's words, a trace of confusion flashed across Yi Han's eyes. Indeed, 2 gold rank dares to enter the 9-layered Deathlands? Could it be that Nya Li and Yi Ziyun have already reached black gold rank? But that's impossible. The cultivation speed of Nya Li and Yi Ziyun can't possibly reach such a frightening degree. It's also possible that someone else brought them in and they got separated. Yi Han said after pondering a while. He refused to believe that Nya Li and Yi Ziyun had already left him far behind in terms of cultivation. Wu Yu pondered a while, then waved his hand and led the experts of the Wugui family, as well as Yi Han, towards Nia Li and Yi Xian. Nia Li, they're coming. A trace of seriousness appeared on Yi Xian's face as she tightly gripped the blizzard spiritual pearl in her right hand. She was already prepared for battle. The blizzard spiritual pearl is an extremely mysterious and powerful treasure. The current Yi Xian is already able to fully utilize the blizzard spiritual pearl and burst out with strength several times her own. Nia Li, on the other hand, appeared to be very indifferent as he walked towards the experts of the Wugui family. He wasn't afraid of Yi Han coming to find trouble with him, but he was afraid that Yi Han would turn around and run. If that's the case, it would be too difficult for him to find Yi Han. Seeing Nia Li's actions, Wu Yu's eyes narrowed. He could feel the aura of a black gold rank on Nia Li's body. However, a black gold rank actually dared to appear in front of so many people. Just where did Nia Li get his confidence from? Yi Han, I never thought that you would dare to appear in front of me. Today, I won't let you leave. Nia Li coldly looked at Yi Han. Betraying Glory City, such a traitor will be personally executed by him. Nia Li, aren't you a little too arrogant? Who do you think you are? This is the Nether Realm, not Glory City. Just who is the one that won't let who go? Yi Han coldly snorted as he stared at Nia Li. Wu Yu crossed his arms and looked down at Nia Li. Brat, you've got guts. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of me, Wu Yu? If you join me, I might consider it. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless when the time comes. Nia Li's gaze lightly swept across Wu Yu's group and coldly laughed. If you guys hand over Yi Han, this matter will be settled. If you guys don't hand over Yi Han, then don't blame me for taking action. There was a naked disregard in Nia Li's gaze, which made Wu Yu extremely unhappy. Did Nia Li have a screw loose in his head? He actually dared to say such big words. Among their group, almost everyone was an expert of black gold rank or above. There were even 2 legend rank experts among them. Nia Li only had 2 people on his side, yet he dared to be so arrogant? Chapter 227. Wu Yu coldly snorted. Nia Li is really arrogant. With a slight wave of his hand, 3 experts from the Wugui family leaped up and pounced towards Nia Li. Nia Li furiously roared. His body rapidly transformed into the Fang Panda. Yi Xian also activated the blizzard spiritual pearl in her hand and integrated with the Snow Queen Demon Spirit. After integrating with the Snow Queen Demon Spirit, Yi Xian was like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Countless icicles revolved around her, making her look incomparably noble and holy. After Nia Li and Yi Xian integrated with their demon spirits, Wu Yu and the rest were slightly startled. Originally, they felt that Nia Li and Yi Xian's strength was only around 1 star black gold rank. However, after integrating with their demon spirits, both Nia Li and Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by several folds. At the very least, they've reached 4 star black gold rank. Human demon spiritualists do have a knack. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes. However, so what if they're 4 star or 5 star black gold rank? They still have 2 legend rank experts on their side. Roar! Nia Li furiously waved his huge palm towards one of the black gold rank experts that was pouncing towards him. Within his palm, lightning was faintly flashing, containing unparalleled power. Humph! That black gold rank expert's energy exploded from his body as he prepared to dodge Nia Li's attack and give Nia Li a fatal punch. However, just as he was about to make his move, his body suddenly became extremely heavy. His movements slowed down. At the same time, 2 icicles appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around his feet, instantly freezing them. Boom! Nia Li's palm landed on that expert's head, sending him flying. Boom! 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 That black gold rank expert rolled dozens of meters away and heavily slammed into a pit. Nia Li glanced at Yi Xian, who was behind him, and couldn't help lightly smiling. Yi Ziyun is indeed smart. After familiarizing herself with the Fanged Panda's characteristics, she immediately found the best way to cooperate with the Fanged Panda. She's using the Snow Queen's power to coordinate with him in battle. Another black gold rank expert suddenly appeared behind Nelly and brandished his greatsword. Just as he was about to chop down on Nya Li's neck, a loud bang was heard. His great sword had struck an ice wall, and Nya Li, who was in front of him, had already turned around. Nya Li, who was in front, instantly turned around and spat a yin-yang blast from his mouth. In just 2 simple exchanges, 2 black gold rank experts were killed. The last one was pierced through the chest by Yi Ziyun's icicle. Kill that woman first. Wu Yu's face was ashen. Originally, he only wanted to send 3 people to test the strength of Nya Li and Yi Ziyun. He did not expect that Nya Li and Yi Ziyun would be so merciless and directly kill 3 people on his side. His movements were concise and smooth, and his efficiency was astonishing. It was simply unimaginable. Nya Li was a person with rich combat experience. After cooperating with Yi Ziyun for a while, he suddenly had a feeling of telepathy. The power that the 2 of them could create when they cooperated was definitely several times stronger than when they fought alone. The experts behind Wu Yu, all of them rushed towards Nya Li and Yi Ziyun, wanting to kill Nya Li and Yi Ziyun in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, Nya Li immediately summoned his soul weapon Thorn Fist and guarded beside Yi Ziyun. Nya Li integrated with a battle-type demon spirit, while Yi Ziyun integrated with a snow wind attribute demon spirit. The 2 of them are very compatible, as long as Nya Li doesn't let anyone get close to Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun would be able to unleash several times her combat power. The blizzard spiritual pearl in Yi Ziyun's hand emitted a dazzling radiance. In the blink of an eye, a violent blizzard formed in the surroundings. Like a storm, it surrounded Nya Li and Yi Ziyun. Although this snowstorm wasn't enough to repel the experts of the Wugui family, it was still not enough. However, the bone-piercing chill caused their movements to slow down. This snowstorm, in addition to Nya Li's gravity field, was enough to weaken the strength of the Wugui family's experts by at least 20%. Bang! 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 3 of the Wugui family's experts charged into the center of the snowstorm and engaged in a fierce battle with Nya Li. However, Nya Li brandished his thorn fist, blocking them outside. An intense battle broke out. Although he was surrounded by so many people, Nya Li was still very calm. With his rich combat experience, Nya Li could easily determine what kind of moves his opponents would use and where they would attack. Therefore, he could easily deal with their attacks. As for the Wugui family's experts that were fighting with Nya Li, they became more and more fearful. Every time they attacked, Nya Li seemed to be able to predict their attacks. He knew where they would attack and completely blocked their attacks. Every move of Nya Li's was the best way to deal with them. Nya Li only sealed the direction of their attacks and did not make any other movements. As for Yi Ziyun, who was behind Nya Li because no one was able to get close to her, she immediately released her hand to cast her spell. The ice spikes that filled the sky were like a rainstorm, covering the sky and covering the earth as they smashed down. Originally, this kind of technique consumed a lot of the power of law. However, with the blizzard spiritual pearl, Yi Ziyun's power of law seemed to be endless. As the icicles fell, blood splattered everywhere. Although they had only killed 2 black gold rank, the remaining people had more or less suffered some injuries. Courting death. Do you think that you can stop us like this? Seeing this scene, 2 legend rank experts of the Wugui family flew down from the sky and slashed down with their swords filled with endless killing intent. Luo Tian's sword slash. Countless sword shadows fell, and every sword shadow contained a violent power. This was the power of a legend rank. The 2 legend rank experts of the Wugui family finally couldn't endure it any longer and made their move. This was the moment they were waiting for. The instant the Luo Tian sword slash was formed, Nya Li made his move. His right hand moved as he took out a legend-rank forbidden technique scroll and tore it apart. A golden shield appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Nieli and Yiziyun. Boom! 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 The dense sword slashes landed on the golden shield, causing it to explode continuously, and the sword shadows were directly blown to pieces. This was a powerful scarlet gold shield. It had the best defensive effect among all the shields. Furthermore, the scarlet gold shield had a special effect. It could attack the opponent from the inside without affecting the integrity of the shield. Almost at the same time when Nye Li displayed the scarlet gold shield, Nye Li opened his mouth and inhaled. His abdomen contracted and his chest rapidly expanded. 2 balls of light, one black and one white, appeared out of nowhere. Furthermore, they grew bigger and bigger, becoming several times bigger than normal. 4x Yin Blast, 6x Yin Blast, 10x Yin Blast. The size of these 2 balls of Yin Blast was 10 times bigger than an ordinary Yin Blast. Furthermore, they were filled with the terrifying power of law. They practically sucked all the soul force in Nye Li's soul realm dry in an instant. The 2 balls of Yin Blast danced in the air as they shot towards the 2 experts of the Wugui family outside the scarlet gold shield. The 2 legend rank experts of the Wugui family flew in the air. The Luo Tian sword slash was simply densely packed, causing chaos in the area below. Explosive energy filled the air. The corner of their mouths curled into sneers. This Luo Tian sword slash should be enough to kill Nye Li and Yiziyun. However, a golden shield of light appeared out of nowhere and blocked the Luo Tian sword slash. The Luo Tian sword slash was actually unable to break through the golden shield. What's going on? This is the scarlet gold shield. How can this be? This is a shield that only legend rank experts that cultivate the power of metal can display. They never imagined that Nye Li would be able to display this shield and block their attacks. Before they could even react, the black and white balls of light intertwined and danced in the air as they shot towards them. The instant the Yin Blast flew towards them, the 2 legend rank experts' first reaction was to activate their shields. In an instant, 2 black shields appeared out of nowhere around them. This shield was a secret technique of the Wugui family, the sacred Luo shield. It was capable of blocking an all-out attack from a legend rank expert. From their point of view, their shield should be enough to block Nye Li's Yin Blast. Therefore, they brandished their swords and prepared to unleash a second wave of attacks. Sensing the actions of the 2 experts from the Wugui family, the corner of Nye Li's mouth curled into a smile. Their perception of the level of power was simply too poor. They were simply not on the same level as him. Although the 2 of them were legend rank experts, in Nye Li's eyes, they were still too inferior in terms of the usage of power. A Yin Blast that was 10 times stronger wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. The black and white balls of light intertwined with each other. With a loud bang, the Yin Blast suddenly exploded. The black and white balls of light were only 10 times stronger than an ordinary Yin Blast. However, when the black and white balls intertwined, the power of the explosion was more than 100 times stronger than the original. Nye Li's Yin Blast was formed from the power of law. The terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the 2 legend rank experts from the Wugui family. In that instant of contact, the sacred Luo shield on their bodies instantly shattered into pieces. The violent power instantly engulfed them. When the power of the Yin Blast hit their bodies, they revealed expressions of disbelief. How could the black and white balls of light explode with such frightening power? Even the sacred Luo shield couldn't block it. They had greatly underestimated the power of the Yin Blast and paid a painful price for it. Even if they wanted to dodge, it was already too late. They were sent flying by the power of the Yin Blast. Their bodies were charred black as they landed a few hundred meters away. The shockwave from the Yin Blast explosion swept through the surrounding 100 meters. creating a huge crater on the ground. The surrounding experts of the Wugui family were also affected by the shock wave. Each and every one of them vomited blood as they suffered heavy injuries. After being ravaged by the Yin-Yang blast, the golden scarlet shield finally couldn't take it anymore and shattered into pieces. However, Nye Li and Yi Ziyun, who were within it, weren't affected at all. Even the grass beneath their feet was still intact. Done, pack up. Nye Li clapped his hands and stored the fanged panda demon spirit. His body slowly returned to his human form. Chapter 228. After the golden scarlet shield disappeared, Yi Ziyun looked around. The surroundings were already a mess. Those from the Wugui family were either dead or injured. Only Wu Yu and Yi Han, who were a little further away, were still standing. Recalling the earlier battle, Yi Ziyun realized that Nye Li seemed to have already calculated everything. The reason why Nye Li didn't use the legend rank forbidden technique scroll right from the start was because he wanted to wait for the 2 legend rank experts from the Wugui family to make their move. In that instant, when the 2 legend rank experts from the Wugui family executed the Luo Tian slash, Nye Li had already thought of a way to deal with it. Furthermore, he predicted that the 2 legend rank experts would underestimate the power of his Yin-Yang blast and kill them in one move. In terms of true strength, Nye Li might not even be comparable to a legend rank expert. However, Nye Li's estimation and grasp of strength has already reached an extremely precise degree. Furthermore, he had many hidden cards up his sleeves. Even if the Yin-Yang blast didn't kill them in one move, Nye Li could still use the Draconic Bomb or some other method to kill them both. Wu Yu and Yi Han were dumbfounded. Before they could even react to what just happened, the 20 experts that were charging towards Nye Li were all killed. Those that were still alive were lying on the ground, groaning. Nye Li coldly glanced at Wu Yu and Yi Han, then walked towards them. Seeing Nye Li walking over, Wu Yu and Yi Han instantly tensed up. Wu Yu held onto his greatsword, ready to fight at any moment. However, his palms were covered in cold sweat and his hands were slightly trembling. He's obviously a pinnacle black gold rank expert, while his opponent is only a black gold rank. However, why did Nye Li give him such a frightening pressure? Yi Han took a few steps back. He looked at Nye Li with a trace of fear in his eyes. He's obviously pledged his allegiance to the Wugui family. With the Wugui family's strength, they should be able to crush Glory City and Nye Li. Why did they fail again and again? Who was Nye Li? Why did he have such terrifying strength at such a young age? Glancing at Yi Ziyun, who was looking at him with hatred, Yi Han knew. Once he fell into the hands of Nye Li and Yi Ziyun, Nye Li and Yi Ziyun would never let him go. Yi Ziyun, do you know what I've done? It's all for you. Yi Han thought to himself. He wasn't willing to die here just like that. Suddenly, he saw that not far from him, there was an endless abyss. Yi Han suddenly ran towards the abyss like a madman. Seeing this, Nye Li frowned slightly and immediately chased after Yi Han. Although jumping into the abyss meant certain death, Nye Li wasn't willing to let Yi Han go. He had to capture Yi Han and let Yi Zong punish him. When Wu Yu saw Nye Li chase after Yi Han, he glanced at Yi Ziyun and immediately ran in another direction. Yi Ziyun gritted her teeth as she looked in the direction Yi Han had fled. She activated the power of the wind and snow and sent it sweeping towards Wu Yu. If you want to kill me with your own hands, I won't give you the chance. Even if I die, I won't die at your hands. Even if I, Yi Han, become a malicious spirit, I will take back everything I've lost from you. Yi Han seemed to have gone mad. 3 poisonous wasps suddenly appeared in his hands. They seemed to obey Yi Han's commands as they flew towards Nye Li. Venomous stinger peak! Nye Li's face slightly changed. The venomous stinger bees were terrifying demonic beasts. The venomous stinger bees were extremely poisonous. Even a black gold rank expert would easily lose their life if they were stung by them. Furthermore, they were extremely durable and hard to kill. Nia Li had no idea where that brat, Yi Han, had gotten these things from. Nia Li's palm energy surged as the power of law shot towards the 3 venomous stinger bees. Boom! 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 The 3 venomous stinger bees immediately exploded and died. Nia Li knew the weakness of the venomous stinger bees, so he used the power of law as thin needles and shot them into the bodies of the venomous stinger bees. They entered the bodies of the venomous stingers and exploded from within, directly killing the 3 venomous stingers. Nia Li's movements were extremely fast, but Yi Han still managed to widen the distance between him and the venomous stinger bees. Since even the venomous stinger bees were ineffective, Yi Han struggled to jump into the abyss. Seeing that Yi Han was about to jump into the abyss and couldn't be stopped, Nia Li quickly merged with the Fang Panda and spat out a yin-yang blast. The yin-yang blast flew towards Yi Han and exploded. The power of the explosion swept towards Yi Han's body. Yi Han was hit by the power of the yin-yang blast and vomited blood as he flew into the abyss. Nia Li flew over and landed at the edge of the abyss. He never thought that Yi Han would rather jump into the abyss than be caught by him. However, after taking a yin-yang blast from him, even if Yi Han didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. If he were to fall into the abyss, he would definitely die, right? Who knows what kind of demonic beasts are hidden in this abyss? Yi Han would probably not even have a corpse left. After a brief moment of silence, Nia Li looked into the distance and saw Yi Ziyun chasing after Wu Yu. However, Wu Yu was, after all, a 5-star black gold rank expert. She wouldn't be able to catch him in a short amount of time. Nia Li immediately flew towards Wu Yu and Yi Ziyun. He couldn't let Wu Yu escape. Otherwise, it might bring trouble to Glory City. Yi Ziyun lightly snorted. The blizzard energy in her hand condensed into an ice sword and shot towards Wu Yu's back. This ice sword contained the power of the blizzard spiritual pearl. If it were to hit Wu Yu, it would directly pierce through his body. Just as the ice sword was about to strike Wu Yu's back, the ice sword suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces and turning into icicles that covered the ground. A young man in white slowly floated down and landed beside Wu Yu. "Young Master Tianling, why are you here?" Wu Yu gasped for breath at the sight of this youth. His heart was still in a state of shock. He could feel the power contained in that ice sword. If he were to be hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Tianling saved him. Tianling looked at Yi Ziyun and calmly said, "Lady of the human race, I wonder how you offended you? Why would you use such a method to kill him? The enmity between us doesn't need you to interfere." Nia Li walked out from the side and replied on behalf of Yi Ziyun. Nia Li could feel that this Tianling's strength wasn't ordinary. Nia Li couldn't see through him at all, so he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Hearing Nia Li's words, Yi Ziyun didn't know the identity of this youth, so she naturally didn't dare to speak rashly. However, she had absolute trust in Nia Li and sensibly stood beside Nia Li. Tianling's gaze fell onto Nia Li and Yi Ziyun as he said, in an unquestionable tone, "The Wugui family is a subsidiary family of my northern nether family. Now that you want to kill the young master of the Wugui family, you will naturally have to ask for my northern nether family's permission." Nia Li went silent for a moment. It would be extremely difficult for him and Yi Ziyun to kill Tianling. Tianling's strength was unfathomable. If they continued to stay here, there might be even more experts coming from Tianling's side. Since the Wugui family is a subsidiary family of the northern nether family, then we'll settle this matter first. I will naturally settle this with the Wugui family in the future. Nia Li glanced at Yi Ziyun and said, "Let's go." Nia Li and Yi Ziyun turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing Nia Li and Yi Ziyun leave, Tianling furrowed his brows for a moment and prepared to stop Nia Li and Yi Ziyun. Wu Yu hastily stopped him and said, "Young Master Tianling, although those two only seem to be black gold rank, they killed 2 legend rank experts of our Wugui family. It's not good to provoke them." Wu Yu was already afraid of Nieli. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Tianling retracted his footsteps and took a deep look at Nieli and Yi Ziyun's backs. He asked, "How did you guys offend those two?" Wu Yu's eyes flickered for a moment and said, "One of my underlings has a grudge with them. I thought that I could help my underling, but I never thought that those two would be so powerful." Without the consent of the elders of his family, he wouldn't dare to divulge any information about Glory City. Once the Northern Nether family knows of the existence of Glory City, then Glory City will definitely fall into their hands. At that time, when the Northern Nether family eats the meat, they can only drink the soup. Tianling glanced at Wu Yu, but didn't say anything. This kind of enmity is too common in the Nether realm. It's normal for Wu Yu to be unwilling to talk about it. Tianling was a little curious about Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Since the two of them have such powerful strength at such a young age, they should be quite famous in the Nether realm. Why hasn't he heard of them before? Wu Yu watched as Nieli and Yi Ziyun's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. His eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. This time he suffered such a huge loss, especially when the master of the Nether realm is choosing his disciple. It's inevitable that he'll be scolded when he returns to the family. One day, I'll ruthlessly trample you under my feet. And that bitch, just watch how I'll trample her. Nieli brought Yi Ziyun far away. After confirming that Tianling and the others were no longer in sight, Nieli let out a breath of relief. Nieli had a feeling that Tianling's strength is absolutely unimaginable. If they were to fight, it would definitely be a fierce battle. At that time, it'd be normal for some unpredictable situations to occur. It'd be best if they didn't clash with Tianling. Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli and asked, "Nieli, how's Yi Han?" "He was hit by my yin-yang blast. He probably won't be able to live," said Nieli. Yi Ziyun's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. After all, Yi Han is her father's godson. Although he deserved it, the kind-hearted Yi Ziyun couldn't help feeling pity for Yi Han. Until now, she still couldn't understand why Yi Han would betray Glory City and plot against her father. Her father treated him like his own son. "Nieli, don't tell my father about this," Yi Ziyun said after a moment of silence. Nieli glanced at Yi Ziyun and slightly nodded his head. He understood Yi Ziyun's thoughts. She probably doesn't want Yi Zong to be sad. Although Yi Han is only an adopted son, he was still brought up by Yi Zong. Yi Han's death isn't to be regretted. Don't be sad for such a person, Nieli said as he patted Yi Ziyun's shoulder. Looking into the distance, the battle on the other side of the lake was still ongoing. The battle has already reached the center of the lake. Those people still couldn't do anything to the zombie Jiao Dragon. Chapter 229. The zombie Jiao Dragon itself wasn't that strong, but the pearl was the key. As time passed, the zombie Jiao Dragon's body grew larger and larger. Its entire body glowed with a scarlet luster. It's already reached its limit and wants to dive back into the lake. "Stop it! Don't let it escape!" Song Ming coldly barked. Mu Yi and the rest frantically attacked the zombie Jiao Dragon, while the rest stood on the surface of the lake to intercept it. Their feet were on the surface of the lake, ready to fight at any time. The zombie Jiao Dragon was enraged and roared towards the sky. Swish, swish, swish! Hundreds of zombie Jiao Dragons emerged from the water and pounced towards the surrounding experts. These zombie Jiao Dragons were all black gold rank and above. Some experts were caught off guard and were dragged into the lake by the zombie Jiao Dragons, letting out mournful screams. There were also some zombie Jiao Dragons that were killed by these experts. I didn't expect it to have a nest of offspring. Song Ming coldly sneered. A purple lei zhu appeared in his palm. The lei zhu crazily released a terrifying power that swept across the surface of the lake. When the zombie Jiao Dragons came into contact with the lei zhu, sparks flew in all directions as they were wiped out. Just as Song Ming and the others were killing the ordinary zombie Jiao Dragons, the zombie Jiao Dragon in the sky turned even redder. Walls of water appeared out of thin air, trapping all the cultivators in an instant. The instant the wall of water was summoned, the zombie Jiao dragon plunged into the lake. Seeing this, Song Ming furrowed his brows. He condensed a lightning bolt in his palm and shot it at the zombie Jiao dragon. However, the lightning bolt was unable to penetrate the wall of water and was blocked by it. I didn't expect this beast to have such strength. Song Ming raised his brows and a mysterious lightning spear appeared in his hand. He suddenly shot it out from his hand, and the lightning spear spun and danced in the air, bringing with it streaks of lightning as it shot towards the zombie Jiao dragon with an unparalleled and powerful aura. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the wall of water and shot towards the zombie Jiao dragon. Nia Li saw the lightning spear from afar. This lightning spear was at least a heavenly fate grade weapon. Although Song Ming wasn't able to unleash the true power of the lightning spear, he was still able to unleash it. However, it was still very shocking. With my current strength, if I were to encounter Song Ming, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to deal with him. Nia Li thought to himself, it was better not to fight for the Red Pearl. Nia Li left with Yi Ziyun, preparing to continue searching for the others. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the zombie Jiao dragon's body, causing it to let out a mournful scream as fresh blood splattered onto the surface of the lake. Song Ming's attack had definitely seriously injured the zombie Jiao dragon. Ignoring the injuries on its body, the zombie WYRM dove headfirst into the lake. At this moment, Mu Yi was already standing on the surface of the lake. He just stood there quietly. The zombie Jiao dragon was heavily injured, and with his strength he could easily intercept it. But he didn't move. The zombie Jiao dragon let out an indignant cry and dove into the water. Song Ming held onto the lightning spear and landed on the surface of the water. The zombie Jiao dragon dove into the depths of the lake. The bottom of the lake was extremely deep, and there were some unknown dangers hidden within. If he was alone, Song Ming wouldn't dare to enter. Why didn't you stop it? Song Ming coldly glanced at Mu Yi. A brilliant smile appeared on Mu Ye's handsome face as he said, "This zombie Jiao dragon is going berserk, and its strength is too strong. I didn't dare to attack, so I hesitated for a moment before it ran away." Song Ming frowned for a moment. It would be strange if he would listen to Mu Ye's nonsense. But Mu Yi wasn't willing to attack. He was also helpless because Mu Yi was a very difficult person to deal with. If they were to fight, Song Ming might not be able to do anything to Mu Yi. Humph! Song Ming coldly snorted. He sensed the direction of the zombie Jiao dragon's escape and flew across the surface of the lake. Seeing Song Ming's back, Mu Ye's expression gradually turned cold. Actually, he could have stopped the zombie Jiao dragon just now, but he did not do so. This was because when Song Ming brandished his lightning spear, he felt that he was no match for Song Ming. So what if he managed to stop the zombie Jiao dragon? If they were to fight over it, the Red Pearl would most likely fall into Song Ming's hands. To Mu Yi, he would rather lose the Red Pearl than let Song Ming obtain it. This time, Song Ming would be one of his strongest competitors in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple recruitment. Nia Li saw the final scene of Mu Yi releasing the zombie Jiao dragon and faintly smiled. These people were indeed not of the same mind. Nia Li could roughly guess what Mu Yi was thinking. It's best that the zombie Jiao dragon escaped. Nia Li faintly smiled. If the Red Pearl fell into someone else's hands, it would definitely be a headache. The competition between the various families of the Nether Realm was indeed intense. Nia Li suddenly felt a fluctuation in his soul realm. He faintly smiled and said, "I can sense Ning-Er. Ning-Er is right beside me." Seeing Nia Li's brilliant smile, Yuziyun pouted. Although she felt a little strange in her heart, she wasn't a narrow-minded person. After all, Ning-Er and Nia Li were acquainted before her. Nia Li leapt up a slope. On a small path far away, a beautiful girl was quietly walking. If it wasn't Ning, Who else could it be? However, beside Ning, there was another young master. This person had delicate features, was handsome, free and easy. His face was like a crown of jade, and he had a calm demeanor. This person looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. His eyebrows were long enough to reach his temples. His eyes were slender and gentle, and he had a straight nose. His skin was as white as jade and seemed to be able to drip water. His eyes were as beautiful as the heavens and earth, without any impurities. His thin lips were slightly hooked into a smile that wasn't a smile. This kind of elegant temperament would definitely cause the hearts of countless girls to palpitate. Even women would be jealous of his looks. The young master smiled and said something. From time to time, Ning would also purse her lips and smile. The two of them walking on the small road looked like a perfect couple. Seeing this, Li inexplicably felt a little depressed in his heart. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What's wrong with me? Recalling the various experiences he had with Ning was indeed a very likable girl. If it weren't for so many experiences in his previous life, Li would probably fall in love with Ning. Li, are you jealous? Yi Zian looked at Li playfully and asked. No way. Li smiled and shook his head. He understood that Yi Ziyun was teasing him. Ning, over here. Li waved to Xiao Ning. After seeing Li, Xiao Ning's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a joyful look. She quickly ran towards Li and Yi Ziyun. Li, Yi Ziyun, I've finally found you. Xiao Ning said. She thought back to the scene in the fog of confusion and saw Li anxiously looking for her. She felt a little happy in her heart. At least in Li's heart, she was still very important, even if she was slightly inferior to Yi Ziyun. The handsome youth also walked over. Li and Li's eyes met. Faintly, Li felt that the other party's strength was unfathomable. He didn't know if the other party was a friend or foe. If the other party was an enemy, he would definitely be extremely difficult to deal with. He might even be stronger than Songming and Mu Yi. This nether realm was indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ning, this is? Li looked at Ning, and inquired. He's called Xiaoyu. It's all thanks to him that I wasn't entangled by those people earlier. Xiao Ning introduced. Many thanks to Brother Xiao for helping Ning out of trouble. Li slightly cupped his hands. Brother Li is too polite. Xiaoyu smiled. When he smiled, it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. You know my name? Li's brows twitched. On the way here, little sister Ning has mentioned you more than once. How could I not know? Xiaoyu laughed. Xiaoyu's voice was as soft as jade. When he spoke, his bearing was free and easy, making it hard for others to feel disgusted. No wonder Ning didn't have her guard up against him. However, Li still kept his guard up. After all, this was a stranger he met on the road. Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. Who knew what the other party's motive was? In his previous life, Li had met too many people. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Ning's cheeks were slightly hot. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yi Ziyun. After all, Yi Ziyun was now Li's fiancé. Yi Ziyun already knew that Xiao Ning liked Li. Along the way, she and Xiao Ning went from good friends to strangers. Then, because of Li, they had all kinds of connections. This relationship was now irresolvable and messy, although her emotions were a little complicated. With Yi Ziyun's character, she wouldn't look into it. She could only let everything take its course. Xiaoyu looked at Li and the others. She seemed to be deep in thought. She smiled faintly and said, Along the way, I got along well with little sister Ning. It just so happens that I'm a little bored on my own. Why don't I join you guys? This fellow actually wanted to cling on. Leaving such an unknown person by his side made Li feel a little uneasy. Since this Xiaoyu had come to the 9-layered Deathlands, it couldn't be as simple as making friends, right? Moreover, such a powerful person was actually only at the first level of the 9-layered Deathlands. No matter how he looked at it, Nia Li felt that the other party was up to no good. Nia Li, Xiao Yu is a very good person. Xiao Ning, said as she looked at Nia Li. Hearing Xiao Ning, his words, Nia Li didn't know why, but he became even more suspicious of Xiao Yu. For such a handsome person, his personality, demeanor, etc. were all impeccable. He was too perfect, so perfect that he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Xiao Yu's voice was gentle, and he was very gentle and considerate towards others. This made Nia Li a little unhappy. Ning, we still have important things to do. We can't bring an outsider. Nia Li thought for a moment, then shook his head and refused. It seems that brother Nia Li has some prejudice against me, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. He could see that Nia Li didn't like him. Prejudice? Of course. How long has it been? You're already thinking of sneaking into our group? Nia Li still smiled politely and said, Brother Xiao Yu, you've misunderstood. We've only just met. Furthermore, you've helped Ning. Why would I have any prejudice against you? Chapter 230. Hearing the conversation between Nia Li and Xiao Yu, Yi Ziyun seemed to have understood something. They had just gotten to know Xiao Yu, and Yi Ziyun was wary of Xiao Yu. To suddenly travel with a stranger in a place like the 9-layered Deathlands was extremely inappropriate. Since you don't have any prejudice against me, why is brother Nia Li chasing me away? If brother Nia Li wants to do something, I won't disturb you, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Nia Li. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nia Li's heart trembled. Xiao Yu's strength gave off an unfathomable feeling. Nia Li was worried that if he forced Xiao Yu to leave, Xiao Yu might fall out with him. It looked like this guy was going to be so thick-skinned that he wouldn't leave. Since brother Xiao Yu wants to stay, that's fine. However, if we encounter a situation later on, brother Xiao, you will have to take care of yourself, Nia Li said after a moment of silence. It looked like he had to think of another way to chase Xiao Yu away. Moreover, he had to find Plume Flame God Knees and the others as soon as possible. With just the 3 of them, they might not be able to deal with Xiao Yu. Don't worry, brother Nia Li. There's no one in the Nether Realm who can touch me, Xiao Yu said proudly. Nia Li glanced at Xiao Yu. Was Xiao Yu confident or arrogant? He actually said that there was no one in the Nether Realm who could touch him. Xiao Yu's identity was shrouded in mystery. Nia Li could only bury his suspicions in his heart for now. Xiao Ning looked at Nia Li, then back at Xiao Yu. Although she felt that Xiao Yu was a good person, Nia Li definitely had his own judgment. Xiao Ning trusted Nia Li unconditionally from the bottom of her heart. However, the impression that Xiao Yu gave her was that he wasn't a bad person. Xiao Ning also fell into a dilemma. Nia Li's group of 4 walked along the lakeside, searching for traces of others. Is that a spirit origin fruit? Nia Li's gaze fell onto a place in the forest beside the lake. There he saw a fruit quietly growing, blooming with a faint white luster. A fruit quietly grew there, blooming with a faint white luster. Nia Li walked towards the spirit origin fruit and glanced at Xiao Yu, asking, Brother Xiao, are you interested in this spirit origin fruit? Hearing Nia Li's words, Xiao Yu shook his head. My physique is special. The spirit origin fruit has no effect on me. You guys take it. Something as precious as the spirit origin fruit. Yet Xiao Yu didn't have the slightest intention of fighting for it. Just what was he after? Nia Li was silent for a moment. He squatted down next to the spirit origin fruit and slowly stepped on it, then placed it into his spatial ring. This spirit origin fruit required a period of time to be refined. Moreover, 1 spirit origin fruit wasn't enough. It was better to put it away first. Perhaps he would be able to find more spirit origin fruits in other places. Brother Nieli, in this world, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Fighting and snatching, in the end, the dead die and the injured get injured. What's the point? Xiao Yu smiled faintly. In his opinion, Nieli was nothing more than a greedy person. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli glanced at Xiao Yu. He didn't expect Xiao Yu to have such an insight. He smiled. Living in this world, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, endless worries. According to what you said, isn't it better to die? But a person dying is like a lamp going out, there's nothing left. It's better to fight and snatch, it's more lively. Hearing Nia Li's words, Xiao Yu laughed involuntarily. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed to have a philosophical meaning. If one didn't fight for anything, then what was the point of living? Not expecting Nia Li to have his own views, Xiao Yu smiled. Nia Li could be considered an interesting person. I'm a little curious about you. You're so young. How can you be so proficient in inscription to such a degree? Senior inscription master, you're really amazing. Seeing Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun chatting in the distance, Xiao Yu crossed her arms and smiled. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nia Li was shocked. Nia Li was shocked in his heart. How did Xiao Yu know that he was a senior inscription master? The more Nia Li thought about it, the more shocked he was. What is this Xiao Yu's background? To think that he had investigated his background so thoroughly. He must have done it on purpose to get close to Ning. Nia Li clenched his fist and walked to Xiao Yu's side. He said in a low voice, I don't know where you came from, and I don't know how you investigated my background. If you harm anyone around me, I'll make you regret it. Feeling Nia Li getting closer, Xiao Yu took a step back and opened up some distance. Brother Nia Li must be joking. I'm just a little curious about you. I have no intention of harming any of you. That's good. Nia Li went silent for a moment. He didn't know if Xiao Yu's words were true, but Nia Li found it hard to let down his guard against Xiao Yu. You still haven't answered my question. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Inscription patterns are just a kind of rule. Once you're familiar with the rule, you'll know the meaning. Nia Li thought for a moment and replied, he won't tell others about his rebirth. Rule? After Xiao Yu heard it, her bright eyes narrowed and said, Brother Nia Li has already comprehended the meaning of the power of law. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nia Li was shocked. This person even knows the meaning of the power of law. Just what kind of background does he have? Nia Li saw that Xiao Yu's eyes were a light sapphire blue color. It's unbelievably beautiful. For a moment, Nia Li was stunned for a moment. He immediately woke up. I can't tell you about that. If you tell me about your background, I might be able to tell you. Nia Li said. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and said, Actually, there's no need for Brother Nia Li to tell me. I also know that Brother Nia Li not only comprehended the meaning of the power of law, but you also comprehended the power of light and darkness. For these 2 laws to appear in the same person's body, it really opened my eyes. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nia Li couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Just what is going on? Xiao Yu even knows about this. In front of Xiao Yu, Nia Li felt like he was stripped naked. He didn't have a single secret. But since there were no secrets, Nia Li let it go. If Xiao Yu really had evil intentions, she would have already made a move. Nia Li said, I don't know who you are, and how did you find out about me? Since you already know everything, why are you asking me? I just want to know if you're willing to tell me the truth. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth curled up slightly as she spoke. Nia Li looked at Xiao Yu in a daze. Xiao Yu asked for so long just to know if he was willing to tell the truth? Willing to do what? So what if he wasn't willing? It was completely meaningless. Nia Li couldn't understand Xiao Yu's thinking at all. Other than that, I'm also a little interested in little sister Ning. So I came. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Nia Li's eyes turned cold. If you have any bad intentions towards Ning, then don't blame me for being rude. Bad intentions? Brother Nia Li is too serious. Why would I have any bad intentions towards little sister Ning? Little sister Ning is so pure and kind. I don't want to hurt her. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. There's no reason that brother Nya Li doesn't want to be with little sister Ning. So you shouldn't allow others to pursue her. Xiao Yu smiled meaningfully at Nya Li. Then he turned around and walked toward Xiao Ning, and the others. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nya Li suddenly froze. If Xiao Yu was sincere, then in what position would he be standing in to stop him? But why did he feel so unhappy when he heard Xiao Yu's words? It was as if someone wanted to forcibly take something away from his hands. Thinking back to everything that had happened before, from the time he helped Ning, a heal to the various things that happened with her, perhaps even if Nya Li didn't want to admit it, Ning had already become an indispensable part of his life. Xiao Yu was a person who seemed to be able to see through everything. He was definitely doing it on purpose. But what should Nya Li do next? After his rebirth, Nya Li wanted to protect everything around him and not let his family and friends be hurt. Although he had a certain amount of initiative, he was still pushed forward step by step. Sometimes, Nya Li was also filled with helplessness. Silently guarding was also a kind of companionship. Perhaps Ning also thought so. Looking at Xiao Yu's back, Nya Li always felt that Xiao Yu was a very mysterious person with no good intentions. Anyway, if Xiao Yu wanted to touch Ning, he would have to go through him first. Nya Li snorted coldly. After his rebirth, so many of his secrets were actually grasped by another person. Nya Li felt that he was facing a great threat. If he couldn't even suppress Xiao Yu, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun quietly stood at the side of the lake. The sparkling lake water made the two of them look like fairies in a painting, so beautiful that it couldn't be replicated. At this moment, the surface of the lake in the distance rumbled and exploded. They saw Tsangming and the zombie Jiao Dragon fighting, causing the lake water to surge. Be careful! Nya Li quickly rushed forward. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the shock waves of the battle. Fighting here is disturbing our mood. Xiao Yu lightly said. A slender jade hairpin suddenly appeared in her right hand. With a swoosh, the slender jade hairpin shot towards the zombie Jiao Dragon and Tsangming in the sky. It was like a graceful stream of light. With a ding sound, the slender jade hairpin knocked against the lightning spear in Tsangming's hand. Tsangming was about to brandish his lightning spear to kill the zombie Jiao Dragon, but he felt a majestic and mighty force knocking against his lightning spear. In an instant, the lightning spear flew out of his hand and into the distance. His entire hand was trembling, and his right palm was covered with blood. He took a deep look at Nya Li and the others, his eyes filled with deep fear. What kind of terrifying expert had he encountered today? Since that expert had only knocked away his lightning spear, it must have been a warning. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He quickly flew over, grabbed his lightning spear, and ran away. Looking at Xiao Yu, Nya Li's eyes also revealed shock. It seemed that he had greatly underestimated Xiao Yu's strength. Chapter 231. This zombie Jiao Dragon was clearly living well in the lake, but someone just had to come and kill it. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Since that's the case, I'll take that red pearl and save your life. As Xiao Yu spoke, she leaped forward. Water dragons appeared out of thin air, like ropes, and tightly bound the zombie Jiao Dragon. Xiao Yu stopped beside the zombie Jiao Dragon. She stretched out her right hand and removed the red pearl from the zombie Jiao Dragon's forehead. The zombie Jiao Dragon, which was originally blood red in color, quickly changed back to its original appearance. Xiao Yu moved her right hand and the water dragons quickly disappeared. The zombie Jiao Dragon was finally no longer bound. It looked at Xiao Yu with fear, and no longer dared to take back the pearl from Xiao Yu's hand. With a plop, it dived into the water. Xiao Yu leaped over and landed on the shore. She looked at Ning Er and said, Ning Air you've integrated with a heavenly lightning sparrow demon spirit. Although this pearl isn't particularly suitable for your attribute, it should still be of great help to your cultivation. I'll give it to you." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Ning Air immediately shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't accept such a precious item." She vaguely understood that Xiao Yu has some intentions towards her. She immediately rejected it. She doesn't want Niali to misunderstand that there's something going on between her and Xiao Yu. Since Ning Air isn't willing to accept it, why don't you give it to me? Nia Li smiled as he walked in front of Ning Air and took the pearl from Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. He obviously hasn't reacted yet. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? I didn't even say that I'm going to give him the pearl. Then I'll give it to you. Xiao Yu shrugged. Although this pearl is a rare item, Xiao Yu obviously doesn't care much about it. Nia Li accepted it and winked at Ning Air. This pearl should be of great help to Ning Air's cultivation. Ning Air accepting it is equivalent to accepting a favor from the other party. However, Nia Li doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Since there's a lot of debt, there's nothing to worry about. Many thanks. Nia Li waved his hand. In Nia Li's mind, he would only think about it after he accepted the item. However, when it was time to take action, he still had to take action. Yi Ziyun couldn't help smiling. She's already used to Nia Li's thick skin. The ice jade bangle that Yi Han gave her was also accepted by Nia Li. Afterwards, he secretly gave it to her, although she was unwilling to wear it. Seeing the look in Nia Li's eyes, Xiao Ning blushed. He lowered his head in silence. "Let's go," Nia Li said. He was prepared to search for even more spiritual origin fruits. In any case, there was still plenty of time before the Master of the Nether Realms disciple selection. Brother Nia Li came here to become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm. With Brother Nia Li's ability, even if he doesn't become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm, his future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Xiao Yu smiled. "Although I don't care if I become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm, I have to plan for my friends and find them a master. You need to find a backer. It's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Without a backer, countless geniuses have fallen," Nia Li said indifferently. Hearing Nia Li's words, Xiao Yu laughed involuntarily. So the reason why Nia Li brought his friends to participate in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection was to find a backer? "Brother Nia Li, how about we make a deal?" Xiao Yu transmitted her voice to Nia Li. "Give Ninger to me, and I'll be your backer. How about it?" Hearing Xiao Yu's words, a cold light flashed in Nia Li's eyes as he said, "Ninger isn't some object that can be given around. If Ninger likes you, what qualifications do I have to stop her? If Ninger doesn't like you, and you shamelessly pester Ninger, then don't blame me for being impolite." Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he laughed. "I was only joking." Nia Li looked at Xiao Yu's expression. He didn't know if Xiao Yu was joking or being serious. In short, he didn't know why, but Nia Li was extremely unhappy with Xiao Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength wasn't enough, Nia Li would have already taken action. Xiao Yu's right hand moved and the hairpin flew back into his hand. Earlier, Xiao Yu relied on this hairpin to send the lightning spear in Songming's hand flying. This hairpin was extremely exquisite. It looked crystal clear and didn't have a trace of energy fluctuation on it. However, from the carvings on the hairpin, Nia Li could feel that the person who made this hairpin was no small matter. This little hairpin contained a boundless concept. Nia Li couldn't help but mutter to himself. A grown man actually uses something like a jade hairpin as a weapon. Nia Li glanced at Xiao Yu's finger that was holding the jade hairpin. That slender, white, and jade-like finger was like a young girl's. Nia Li stared at Xiao Yu for a long time and couldn't help but snort in disdain. Xiao Yu was so beautiful that he didn't look like a man. As if sensing Nia Li's disdain, Xiao Yu coughed lightly and said, "This jade hairpin is something my mother left for me." Nia Li shrugged his shoulders and said, "Is there a need for you to explain to me?" I didn't say anything. You. Xiao Yu was furious in his heart. Nia Li's expression had already explained everything. However, after a moment, his heart calmed down. He could let Nia Li think whatever he wanted. The group wandered around. Nia Li searched for spiritual origin fruits while searching for others. At this moment, in the depths of the 9-layered Deathland's first layer, Lu Piao, Daozit, Duanjian, and the rest were walking. Along the way, they met up and gathered spiritual origin fruits while searching for traces of Nia Li, Yiziyun, and Xiaoning. We finally found a spiritual origin fruit. Lu Piao's body was covered with scars from a fight. She snorted and said, "How dare you steal our spiritual origin fruit? You're courting death." Not far from them, dozens of people were lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. This group of people felt depressed in their hearts. That spirit origin fruit was clearly seen by them first. Lu Piao wanted to pick it, but they stopped him and gave him a beating. Then Lu Piao got angry, and when Duanjian rushed over, he directly let Duanjian rush over and beat them up. Was that guy with wings a monster? Why couldn't they break through his defense, no matter how they attacked? Moreover, his strength was so shocking that he almost broke their bones. As long as someone was standing, they would be beaten until no one dared to stand up again. Humph, you actually dare to hit me. Don't you know that I have someone to protect me? Lu Piao snorted. Looking at her bruised face, she was depressed. Lu Piao looked at Duanjian's body that was completely fine after receiving countless attacks, then looked at himself. He couldn't help sighing. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. It seems like he has to strengthen his physical body in the future. Otherwise, he will always be beaten up miserably. After taking the spiritual origin fruit, the group continued to move forward. Only when Lu Piao and the others had gone far away did the people on the ground dare to get up, all of them groaning. What is the background of this group of people? Are they the young masters of some aristocratic family? We just want that spiritual origin fruit. Is it worth it? A man with a bruised face said gloomily. He was the one who was beaten up the most. Duanjian beat him up so hard that tears almost fell down. This group of people were in an incomparably miserable state. They would probably need a few months to recover after they returned. Lu Piao and the others followed the tracks of Nia Li and the others. Since they didn't know the direction, they just kept walking and gradually entered the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. Although the first layer of the Deathlands was relatively safe, there were still some unknown dangers hidden within. Occasionally, some terrifying skeletons would crawl up from the ground. These were the experts who had died in the Deathlands. Their corpses, under the influence of the deathly aura, had turned into some kind of terrifying monster. Duanjian took the lead, killing all kinds of skeletons along the way. The others also merged with their demon spirits and joined the battle. At this moment, Nia Li and the others gradually entered the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. At this moment, Nia Li suddenly felt a powerful aura passing by. These auras were all of the demigod rank, and there were at least 10 of them. They were heading towards the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. What's going on? Why are there so many demigod rank experts appearing here? Nia Li asked as he glanced at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu slightly frowned. It was indeed a little strange for so many demigod rank experts to appear here. It was very likely that they were here for something. I don't know either. Xiao Yu shook her head. I thought you knew everything. So there's something you don't know as well. Nia Li laughed. Xiao Yu was momentarily speechless. Let's go take a look. You guys follow behind me. I can guarantee your safety, Xiao Yu said as she flew forward. Nia Li thought for a moment, then glanced at Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning. He whispered, let's follow and take a look. However, don't believe his nonsense. If the situation doesn't look good, we'll retreat. Hearing Nia Li's words, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a light laugh. Xiaoning also revealed a slight smile. Nia Li was always this cunning. Very few people could make Nya Li suffer a loss. Nya Li, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning followed from afar. Xiao Yu had no choice but to slow down and walk side by side with Nya Li and the others, deep in the first layer of the Deathlands. A terrifying roar reverberated throughout the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. The 9-layered Deathlands started to tremble, rumble. A huge tomb rose from the ground, accompanied by the collapse of countless skeletons. The tomb slowly rose into the air. Countless skeletons were piled up on top of the tomb. The entire wall was filled with all sorts of fine patterns, giving off a sinister and terrifying aura. In the sky above the ancient tomb, a huge silhouette quietly floated. It was a huge skeleton covered in sharp bone spikes. Occasionally, the spikes would turn into wings, and at other times they would turn into armor. The power of countless laws revolved around it. There were a total of 50 to 60 demigod rank powerhouses standing in the air far away, their faces filled with ecstasy and excitement. It's actually the shattered divine spark of the god of undead. The god of undead was a spiritual god that had grasped the law of death. However, for hundreds of millions of years, no one knew where the god of undead had gone. There were rumors that the god of undead had fought with the master of the Netherrealm and was killed by the master of the Netherrealm. However, this was only a rumor. Among the numerous laws, the law of death was second only to the law of time and space, the law of Nether, and a few other pinnacle existences. Most people would never believe that the god of undead could be killed. Who would have thought that they would be able to see the shattered divine spark of the god of undead here? Chapter 232. Demigod rank experts would generally have a very high level of comprehension towards the power of laws. However, they lacked an opportunity to step into the realm of spiritual gods. With the suppression of laws, there might not even be a single demigod rank expert that could make a breakthrough. However, if they could obtain a fragment of a divine spark, the situation would be completely different. They might even be able to fuse with a divine spark and become an immortal spiritual god. The eyes of the huge skeleton blazed with scarlet flames, giving off a strange, suffocating pressure. The sharp bone spikes that were constantly changing into different shapes made people feel a chill in their hearts. The huge skeleton didn't make any movements as it quietly hovered there. An extremely eerie and terrifying aura was emitted from the huge tomb below. There was a fragment of the death god's divine spark on the skeleton. Could it be that what was buried in this tomb was the eyes of the demigod rank experts were blazing with madness? The death god was an ancient spiritual god. Who knew what kind of treasures the death god had left behind? Nya Li and the rest landed a few hundred meters away. When they raised their heads and looked at the huge tomb, their eyes were filled with deep shock. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered as a chilling light flashed across his eyes. I never thought that there would be such an ancient tomb hidden in the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. Brother Xiao Yu, what do you plan to do? Nya Li looked at Xiao Yu and asked, Brother Nya Li, are you interested in exploring the ancient tomb with me? Xiao Yu smiled. Exploring the ancient tomb is nothing, but Ziyun and Ninger can't go. I'm worried that there will be danger if Ziyun and Ninger are left outside. Nya Li said after a brief silence. Nya Li, you want to enter the ancient tomb? Yi Ziyun asked with her brows knitted. Nya Li, it's best if you don't go in. Xiao Ninger was also filled with worry. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Ziyun, then looked at Xiao Ninger and sighed. Brother Nya Li, you should be satisfied that so many people are concerned about you. Nya Li couldn't help faintly smiling at Xiao Yu's pitiful words. Ninger said, treat people with sincerity. You can obtain the sincerity of others. Nya Li selflessly helped a lot of people. That's why we admire him so much. At Ning's words, Xiao Yu looked at Nya Li in astonishment. He smiled and said, treat people with sincerity. Will I be able to obtain the sincerity of others? Xiao Yu pondered. Xiao Yu moved her right hand and took out a golden scroll from her interspatial ring. She handed it over to Ning and said, "This is for you. If someone tries to harass you, as long as you take this out and the other party sees it, you'll be fine. He will definitely leave." Nye Li looked at the golden scroll in Xiao Yu's hand and said, "Really? You aren't lying to me, are you?" Hearing Nye Li's words, Xiao Yu's face darkened. She asked, "Do I look like someone who would lie?" "Yes." Nye Li nodded his head and said with a serious expression. Xiao Yu was simply on the verge of going mad when she heard Nye Li. After a short while, she calmed herself down and said, "You can go give it a try if you don't believe me." "There's no need for that." Nye Li shrugged. Actually, he still believed Xiao Yu's words. Although he doesn't know Xiao Yu's identity, Nye Li can be sure that this brat's identity is definitely not simple. Since he said that the golden scroll is useful, then it should be useful. Xiao Yu lightly snorted. If Nye Li still wants to bicker with him about this, he will really get angry with Nye Li. Thinking of something, Xiao Yu couldn't help muttering inwardly, "I've sinned, I've sinned." Why was it that after meeting Nye Li, his state of mind was thrown into disorder? "Ziyun, Ninger, you two stay here first. I'll go in with that sissy to take a look. We'll be back soon," Nye Li said to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. Seemingly hearing Nye Li's words, Xiao Yu's eyes widened and said in resentment, "Nye Li, what did you call me?" "Ah, of course I called you Xiao Yu. What else can I call you?" Nye Li looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment. "Humph, you dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it." Xiao Yu turned her head away. She snorted and said, looking at Nye Li, then looking at Xiao Yu, Ninger couldn't help lightly smiling. Ever since they got to know each other, Nye Li and Xiao Yu seemed to have different feelings. She felt that Xiao Yu shouldn't be a bad person. Who knows, they might be able to become friends. "Nye Li, will you encounter any danger if you go in?" Yi Ziyun worriedly said. "It's fine, with Xiao Yu around, I won't encounter any danger. You guys have seen that fellow's strength earlier. As for me, ordinary mechanisms won't be able to trap me. Even if Xiao Yu dies inside, I won't die," Nye Li confidently said. "Who do you think will die inside?" Xiao Yu stared at Nye Li. Nye Li looked at Xiao Yu and sincerely warned, "I'm just making an analogy. As a cultivator, it's best not to be as impetuous as you. It's very easy for your cultivation to go berserk and your body to explode." "Die for my body exploding." Hearing Nye Li's words, Xiao Yu's lungs were about to explode from anger. He constantly warned himself to calm down, and only then did he slowly calm down. "I'm not going to listen to your nonsense. I'll wait for you up ahead." Xiao Yu leaped towards the ancient tomb. "That brat has finally gone far away. You two must be careful and hide nearby. Don't wander around. If you encounter anyone from the Nether Realms families, just do as Xiao Yu said and take out that golden scroll. That brat's background is definitely not small. His name should be quite useful." Nye Li warned Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning in a low voice. "Then be careful when you go in." Yi Ziyun was still worried and warned. "Amen, don't worry." Nye Li confidently smiled. Xiao Yu's strength was indeed very strong. With Xiao Yu by their side, they could be much more at ease. Although they didn't know Xiao Yu's identity, Xiao Yu shouldn't have any ill intentions towards them. Nye Li instructed Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning, before leaping to Xiao Yu's side and saying, "Let's go." Xiao Yu didn't say anything and leaped towards the ancient tomb in the sky. "Hey, I haven't learned how to fly yet." Nye Li yelled at Xiao Yu's back. Hearing Nye Li's words, Xiao Yu froze for a moment and looked at Nye Li with a strange expression. His right hand moved and took out a piece of white silk. Throwing it to Nye Li, "Hold on to the other end of the white silk, I'll pull you up." Seeing the white silk, Nye Li looked at Xiao Yu strangely and said, "We're all men. Is it that hard to hold hands? You actually took out a piece of white silk. It's not like you're going to hang yourself." Xiao Yu glanced at Nye Li lightly. "I'm a neat freak. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands." "Well, I'm the same as you." Nye Li curled his lips. Xiao Yu was really strange. He looked at the white silk and saw that it was about 1 meter long. Nya Li could only hold on to one end of the white silk. Xiao Yu took the other end of the white silk and carried Nya Li in the direction of the ancient tomb. On this white silk, there seemed to be a silver flower embroidered on it. Nya Li couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. This Xiao Yu was really a sissy. He even embroidered a flower. On second thought, this silver flower might be the clan emblem of Xiao Yu's family. Nya Li secretly memorized this clan emblem. When he returned, he would ask Luo Xiao if he knew the origin of this pattern. Xiao Yu pulled Nya Li and landed on top of the ancient tomb. They were still a few hundred meters away from the entrance. Above the entrance of the ancient tomb, there was a huge skeleton floating in the air, giving off a terrifying pressure. At this moment, the demigod rank experts all rushed over. Law energy condensed into all kinds of techniques and blasted towards the huge skeleton. An incomparably huge battle axe suddenly appeared in the skeleton's hand and slashed outwards. A huge shockwave condensed from the law of death slashed towards the demigod rank experts. Boom, boom, boom. The power of laws continued to explode in the sky. The space between heaven and earth was filled with devastating energy. Several dissipating law energy blasted towards Nya Li and Xiao Yu. Nya Li was just about to deal with it when he saw Xiao Yu's right hand slightly trembling. A palm energy blasted out, and several law energy exploded in the sky, dissipating without a trace. Seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Nya Li was inwardly speechless. This brat Xiao Yu's ability was too terrifying. Nya Li didn't know what kind of energy he used, but he actually shattered the law energy used by the demigod rank experts with a single palm strike. He could basically confirm that Xiao Yu's strength had at least reached the demigod rank. As for whether or not he had reached the spiritual god rank, Nya Li couldn't sense it. With Nya Li's current strength, he was still unable to estimate the depth of Xiao Yu's strength. The huge skeleton unceasingly slashed out terrifying shockwaves, causing the demigod rank experts to be unable to approach it. They were also unable to approach the entrance of the ancient tomb. With that skeleton standing guard, I'm afraid we won't be able to enter. Let's go back, Nya Li said from the side. He naturally wasn't afraid, he just wanted to probe Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu glared at Nya Li and said, "We're already here and haven't even entered the ancient tomb. You want to go back? Then what do you think we should do? Unless you go up and kill that skeleton." Nya Li knew that the axe-wielding skeleton was extremely powerful. Even 50 to 60 demigod rank experts wouldn't be able to kill it in a short period of time. Nya Li wanted to see if Xiao Yu's strength was that abnormally strong. Xiao Yu's identity was too suspicious. Don't you have a brain? That skeleton is so powerful that even 50 to 60 demigod rank experts couldn't do anything to it. How am I supposed to deal with it? Xiao Yu glared at Nya Li. Then what do you think we should do? Since we can't enter, why are we wasting time here? Asked Nya Li. Actually, Nya Li had a way to enter. He only needed to summon the shadow devil demon spirit. However, Nya Li didn't intend to do that. He wanted to see what method Xiao Yu would use to enter. Looking at Nya Li, Xiao Yu went silent for a moment, then said, "We can only use this method." Chapter 233. Xiao Yu took out a piece of translucent cloth from her interspatial ring and said, "Let's use this." This piece of translucent cloth is roughly 2 meters square. It's covered with all kinds of strange, translucent inscription patterns. This is bewildering inscription patterns. Nya Li's gaze fell onto these inscription patterns. His brows twitched as he said, "Xiao Yu looked at Nya Li in surprise. She never thought that Nya Li would be able to see through the origin of these inscription patterns. Nya Li's attainments in inscription patterns are really shocking. We'll cover our bodies with this cloth and activate the inscription patterns on it. That way, we'll be able to hide our traces," Xiao Yu said. Nya Li nodded his head. Xiao Yu's method is indeed able to bring him into the tomb without being intercepted by the skeleton. The effects of the bewildering inscription patterns are very strong. Nye Li's shadow devil demon spirit is an extremely rare demon spirit. It has the ability to hide its traces. Even without this piece of cloth, Nye Li can still enter the tomb. However, Nye Li isn't sure if Xiaoyu is a friend or foe. Therefore, Nye Li won't reveal the ability of the shadow devil demon spirit. Let's not waste any more time, let's go in, Xiaoyu said. Her right hand moved, covering the two of them with the translucent cloth and activating the bewildering inscription patterns on it. The figures of the two people quickly disappeared. The demigod rank experts are still fighting with the skeleton. The strength of the skeleton is simply too strong, to the point that they can't even get close to the tomb. However, while they're fighting, Nye Li and Xiaoyu are gradually getting closer to the entrance of the tomb. Nye Li hid behind Xiaoyu. The two of them slowly moved forward. A faint fragrance wafted over. Nye Li took a sniff, and his face revealed a strange expression. A man actually has such a fragrance on his body. He's really effeminate. Nye Li put his hands on Xiaoyu's waist and walked forward. "Where did you put your hand?" Xiaoyu said with some anger. "This cloth is so small that it can't cover it at all. I can only get a little closer. What's wrong with just holding hands? What a man!" Nye Li said, depressed. "Xiaoyu was simply too troublesome. Get your filthy hands off me," Xiaoyu said in a low voice, suppressing her anger. Bang! Nye Li curled his lips in disdain. Xiaoyu really thought highly of herself. So what if she touched him? She felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nye Li felt depressed, but he still withdrew his hand. The two of them gradually approached the entrance of the ancient tomb. At the entrance of the ancient tomb is a giant stone door. The stone door is tightly shut, and there are all sorts of mysterious inscription patterns carved on it. There are also two grooves that seem to be for keys. Without keys, how are we going to open this stone door? Nye Li asked with his brows furrowed. I naturally have a way to do that, Xiaoyu said. He started to study the inscription patterns on the stone door, thinking about how to break the inscription patterns on it. If Nye Li were to think about it carefully, he should be able to break the inscription patterns. However, since Xiaoyu is so confident, then let Xiaoyu do it. Nye Li was bored to death. He raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. The battle between demigod rank experts had caused the sky to darken, the sun and moon to lose their radiance. The violent law energy clashed in the sky, and the terrifying explosions sounded as though they were about to tear the sky apart. Nye Li seemed to have sensed something. He quietly sensed the black and white law energy in his body. He has no idea when he will be able to use the power of demigod rank. The current Nye Li, although he has comprehended the black and white law energy and cultivated to 3-star black gold rank, his true strength is still far from reaching that level. The amount of law energy that he can use is still very limited. Nye Li furrowed his brows and asked Xiaoyu, "It's not done yet." "Of course. Do you think it's that simple?" The stone door of the ancient tomb was covered in extremely obscure inscription patterns. There were more than 300 of them. I want to break them one by one. Do you think it'll be done in a short period of time? Xiaoyu said, speechless. Nye Li shrugged and said, "Then continue." Xiaoyu bent over to study the inscription patterns on the stone door. But was raised high. Nye Li unintentionally took a glance. Xiaoyu's but is very round. It's like a small millstone. That perfectly round curve would make people dumbfounded. Nye Li slapped his head. What am I thinking? Xiaoyu is a man. Who asked Xiaoyu to have a face that even women would be jealous of? That body, that skin, even men can be tempted. A moment later, Xiaoyu's brows were still furrowed. She seems to be in deep thought. Nye Li urged, "Hey, hurry up. If you continue to stay here, you'll be discovered by the skeleton." "What are you rushing me for? My thoughts are all messed up by you." I've already solved over 50 inscription patterns. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and said unhappily. You've only solved over 50 inscription patterns? Nia Li's mouth was wide open. There are over 300 inscription patterns here. How long are you going to solve them? Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and said, Aren't you annoying? Why don't you do it? Go to the side, Nia Li said, using his hand to push Xiao Yu away. Under the 2-meter square cloth, the space is too small. Nia Li pushed Xiao Yu's chest and unconsciously pinched it. And it's very flat. There's no feeling at all. This guy is indeed a man. What are you doing? Xiao Yu suddenly jumped up. Her face turned red all the way to her neck. She almost lifted the cloth. Hey, be careful. What if you get discovered? So what if I pushed you a little? Are you a man or not? Nia Li said angrily. You. Xiao Yu was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She snorted and went around to Nia Li's back. Hey, your butt is poking me. Can you move away? Nia Li felt Xiao Yu's butt poking him. That soft and supple feeling. Thinking that the other person is a man, Nia Li got goosebumps all over his body. You're the one who's complaining first. It's obviously you who squeezed in first. Xiao Yu angrily stared at Nia Li. How is this small? Don't tell me I have to be more than 3 meters away from you? Nia Li angrily stared back. 2 grown men squeezing under such a small cloth. What's going on? Xiao Yu was depressed. How did he come up with such a rotten idea? He actually squeezed with Nia Li here. Xiao Yu wanted to argue with Nia Li, but when he saw that Nia Li was already engrossed in examining the inscription patterns, he angrily turned his head away and thought to himself, I'd like to see how long you can take to unravel these inscription patterns. Although Xiao Yu knew that Nia Li's attainments in inscription patterns were very high, he was at most on par with him. You actually think that I'm slow. Take a closer look and you'll know how complicated the inscription patterns on this stone door are. Just when Xiao Yu was deep in thought, Nia Li looked at Xiao Yu and said, The inscription patterns have been solved. However, we don't have the key, so we still can't enter. What? You've solved it? Xiao Yu looked at Nia Li in shock. He saw that where Nia Li's right hand was pointing, there were mysterious patterns that extended in all directions of the stone door. There's no need to solve the inscription patterns on this stone door one by one. If you really want to solve them one by one, you'll realize that after going in a circle, you'll be back to where you started. Break through the fog and look at the essence. Actually, among the 300+ inscription patterns, only these 5 lines are the true essence. The rest are used to confuse people. As long as you solve these 5 lines, it's enough, Nia Li said calmly. Xiao Yu looked at the slowly unraveling inscription patterns in shock. He thought that these inscription patterns had to be solved one by one. He never thought that it would be so simple. So I was just confused by the complexity of the inscription patterns. Nia Li shook his head and sighed. Something that can be solved in a few breaths of time, I still can't solve it. Xiao Yu was depressed. He was choked by Nia Li again. However, Nia Li's attainments in inscription patterns have indeed exceeded his imagination. Although Nia Li's mouth is a bit cheap, he still has the ability. Bringing Nia Li over was indeed the right choice. Move aside, I'll open the door. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nia Li said doubtfully, Are you sure you'll open it? Solving these inscription patterns is useless. We have to find the key first. You probably don't know about this. This kind of notch is the key to the nether realm. Almost every demigod rank expert has one. Xiao Yu said. He took out 2 stone-like things from his interspatial ring and placed them into the notch on the door. The streams of light on the inscription pattern converged on the 2 stones, and the stone door rumbled open. Seeing this scene, Nia Li was dumbfounded. The key to the passage. All right, you win. Xiao Yu smiled in satisfaction. After being choked by Nia Li, he finally turned the tables and said, Let's go in. The stone door opened a little. just enough for one person to enter. Xiao Yu turned sideways and went in. Nie Li also followed. At this moment, the demigod rank experts in the sky were in an uproar when they saw the stone door open. Many of them had tried to break through the skeleton's defense countless times and enter the ancient tomb. However, they were all intercepted by the skeleton. They couldn't do anything to the skeleton in a short period of time. They didn't expect that someone would enter the ancient tomb before them and get the fruits of their labor. When the skeleton discovered that someone opened the ancient tomb's stone door, it immediately roared in anger and dove down. Although it doesn't have any intelligence, protecting the ancient tomb is its instinct. Good chance. Let's kill our way into the ancient tomb. Let's kill this skeleton first. There's a broken divine spark of the god of death on this skeleton. The demigod rank experts rushed down one after another. Some wanted to enter the tomb, while others wanted to kill the skeleton first. The scene instantly became chaotic. However, at this moment, Nie Li and Xiao Yu had already entered the tomb and were walking towards the depths of the tomb. Who knows what's hidden in the dark and serene tomb? The Demon God manga is currently being serialized. Everyone pay attention to it. It has been serialized for 3 months. Currently, it's ranked 7th on Tencent's monthly votes chart, 7th on the Demonic Chi monthly votes chart, 1st on non-contracted works, 1st on Anime Home, and can be searched on NetEase Comics, wholeheartedly creating a new benchmark for Chinese comics. Chapter 234. They walked down the stairs step by step. The steps were covered with mud and moss. The deep darkness gave people a cramped and oppressive feeling. Waves of cold air blew from the inside of the passage. Xiao Yu walked in front, step by step, slowly and calmly. Nie Li could see that Xiao Yu was very careful. With every step he took, he would check the surroundings. He also avoided all the traps in the surroundings. The inscription pattern from earlier had a lot of bewitching traps. Indeed, only those with extraordinary attainments would be able to see through the inscription pattern with a single glance. For Xiao Yu to be able to do that was already pretty good. With Xiao Yu's ability, ordinary traps wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After walking for about half an hour, they didn't know where they were. The gloomy death aura became more and more dense. The steps under their feet were scattered with skulls. When they accidentally stepped on them, they immediately made a cracking sound and those skulls shattered to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out as one ugly creature after another climbed up the stairs. Asterisk whoosh, 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 whoosh. These creatures emitted a rotten smell. They looked ferocious, and their limbs were like spiders sticking to the rock wall. These are corpse ghosts. Be careful of the poison on their bodies. Nie Li reminded. When Xiao Yu saw these creatures, he frowned slightly and revealed a look of disgust. He slightly opened his right hand, and a light shield appeared out of thin air around him. There were faint lightning flashes and thunder roars on the light shield. The corpse ghouls pounced on the light shield, and with a few explosions, the corpse ghouls exploded, turning into green paste. These corpse ghosts couldn't break through Xiao Yu's light shield defense. Seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Nie Li smiled bitterly. This guy really has mysophobia. In order to deal with these corpse ghosts and prevent them from approaching him, he actually used a Thunder Guardian stone. Xiao Yu didn't say a word and walked forward on the stairs. After walking down the stairs, there was a flat ground in front of them. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound came from behind. It was the aura of several demigod rank experts. After feeling this aura, Xiao Yu hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly." Those demigod rank experts had also followed them in. Xiao Yu flew forward with Nie Li following closely behind. Not long after the two of them started moving, they triggered many traps. Countless arrows were shot in their direction. Ding, ding, ding. The mechanical arrows bounced off and fell to the ground. These mechanical arrows, none of them could break through Xiao Yu's light shield. However, The duration of the light shield was very limited. Xiao Yu wanted to make use of this time to run a little further. As they were running, the space at the end of the passageway suddenly distorted. Not good. Nia Li exclaimed as he sensed the space-time distortion. He quickly reached out to grab Xiao Yu. However, he was still a little too slow. Xiao Yu dove in head first. Nia Li hesitated for a moment. Although Xiao Yu was a little annoying, he wasn't too bad. Nia Li couldn't just watch someone die. He grabbed Xiao Yu's clothes and flew in. The two of them felt like they had fallen into an endless abyss. What happened? Xiao Yu tried his best to open his eyes. However, the space-time distortion made it impossible for him to do so. Nia Li's right hand grabbed Xiao Yu's clothes tightly to prevent Xiao Yu from flying to another place. However, the space-time distortion was too powerful. Nia Li's right hand gradually lost its strength. A ripping sound rang out. Nia Li tore a piece of Xiao Yu's clothes. Seeing that his right hand was about to leave, Nia Li opened his eyes reluctantly. His left hand grabbed Xiao Yu. He grabbed Xiao Yu's collar and hooked his right hand around Xiao Yu's waist. Xiao Yu felt his body falling frantically. He wanted to find a way to stop, but it was completely useless. It seemed like someone had grabbed his clothes. He remembered. It should be Nia Li. Suddenly there was a ripping sound. A large piece of his clothes was torn at his waist. Immediately after, he felt that his collar was tightly grabbed and his waist was also hooked. A heavy body was firmly pressing against his body, and he immediately began to struggle. Nia Li frowned. What the hell is Xiao Yu doing? I wanted to save him. He simply doesn't know what's good for him. Sensing that Xiao Yu was about to break free, Nia Li shouted coldly, "Don't move. Are you courting death?" Hearing Nia Li's angry shout, Xiao Yu stopped. Nia Li felt the space-time distortion and tearing around him. He frowned. Where are they going to fall? This area was filled with the power of the law of death. Nia Li's body quickly expanded and turned into a fang panda. Yin-yang blast. Nia Li opened his mouth wide. A black and a white light ball quickly condensed in his mouth. They were 10 times the yin-yang blast. The black and white light balls flew towards the deep darkness. They flew to a very far place. Then there was a loud bang. At the end of the endless void, a dazzling white light lit up. The tearing force in the surroundings instantly disappeared. Nia Li and Xiao Yu fell into the water and were pushed forward by the current. Nia Li returned to his original size. He gasped for breath as he examined his surroundings. They seemed to have entered the depths of the ancient tomb. The surrounding stone walls were filled with all kinds of mysterious murals. The murals depicted a group of experts fighting in the sky. The battle was intense, and the casualties were heavy. This was an extremely desperate battle. In the vast sky, there was a deep void tunnel that led to the end of the space-time. At the end of the space-time, there was a group of experts overlooking this place. Behind the group of experts at the end of the space-time, there was a mysterious scene. Huge floating islands floated in the sky. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the scenery was pleasant. There were also ruins of palaces that floated in the sky, looking magnificent. At the sight of this, Nia Li was shocked. What was depicted was the place that Nia Li had been to in his previous life, the Draconic Ruins realm. It turned out that there were spiritual gods in this world that already knew of the existence of that realm. The Draconic Ruins realm was a realm higher than the Divine Continent's world. In the field of cultivation, Soul Force could reach legend rank. However, only by comprehending the heavenly energy could one break through legend rank and step into the heavenly fate realm. However, the strongest existence in the Divine Continent's world was only a spiritual god. In terms of cultivation, spiritual gods were actually inferior to heavenly fate realm experts. However, spiritual gods could use the power of heavenly fate realm and possess eternal life in the Divine Continent. The world that the Divine Continent was in should be a realm that was forcefully created by a powerful expert. As for the spiritual gods, they were only the spirits of the laws. In other words, the spiritual gods no longer had their own physical bodies. Therefore, they could exist for eternity. Even if their divine sparks were shattered, they wouldn't die unless their laws were seized. From this mural, Nye Li could tell that the experts of the Draconic Ruins realm had long noticed the divine continent and were paying attention to the war between the spiritual gods. However, they didn't send any experts over. Nye Li had no idea why. Could it be that they couldn't come over? Perhaps he would have to break through legend rank and reach the heavenly fate realm before he could find the answer to this question. Drifting along the surface of the water, Nye Li and Xiao Yu finally saw a place to land. The two of them jumped up and landed on the ground in front of them. Nye Li turned around and saw that Xiao Yu had already changed into a new set of clothes. Looking at the ground beside him, he saw some tattered clothes that had been torn by Nye Li. Glancing at Nye Li, Xiao Yu's face turned ashen. He understood that Nye Li had saved him. Nye Li's yin-yang blast had also shocked him. However, when he thought about how his clothes had been torn into pieces, he felt extremely depressed in his heart. Seeing Xiao Yu's expression, Nye Li shrugged his shoulders. Xiao Yu really didn't know what was good for him. If it wasn't for his yin-yang blast, who knew where they would be right now? Let's go, Xiao Yu said in a bad mood as he continued to explore the depths of the tomb. His good intentions weren't reciprocated. Nye Li followed behind Xiao Yu as they walked deeper into the tomb. The two figures disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, in the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands, outside the ancient tomb Yizun, and Xiaoning stood there waiting. Although they were a little worried about Nye Li, they tried their best to calm down. Nye Li should know what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them into the ancient tomb. The two of them were silent and awkward. Two childhood friends, but now their relationship had become so complicated. I'm sorry. Yi Ziyun thought for a moment before looking at Xiaoning. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Xiaoning felt a slight pain in her heart. She looked at Yi Ziyun and said, Yi Ziyun, are you pitying me? That's not what I meant. Yi Ziyun hurriedly waved her hand and said, After all, you were the one who met Nye Li first. But Looking at Yi Ziyun's apologetic expression, Xiaoning shook her head and said, Nye Li liking you is his choice. Me liking Nye Li is also my choice. I can't blame anyone. Although you're engaged to Nye Li, you're not married yet. It's just like how I'm engaged to Xin Fei, but we can call off our engagement. Yi Ziyun, I will still fight with you. Oh. Yi Ziyun remained silent. In this matter, no one was right or wrong. While they were talking, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. The people leading the group were actually the Baiming family's Tianling and the Wugui family's Wuyu. Behind them were over 30 people. Seeing this scene, Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning, Er's expressions slightly changed. Aha! This beautiful lady. I never thought that we'd meet again. I wonder who this is? She's not bad looking either. TSK, Hiske, where's that brat? Why isn't he with you? Wu Yu's gaze swept around as he chuckled. His eyes revealed a trace of frivolity. Yi Ziyun took a step forward, shielding Xiaoning behind her. She coldly stared at Wu Yu and said, What do you want? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 235. Impolite? Haha. Young Master Tianling, what did I just hear? These two ladies are actually saying that they won't be polite to us. Wu Yu laughed loudly. His smile gradually turned sinister, and his eyes shot out a cold light. Tianling coldly snorted and said, If the two ladies are willing to come with us, then we definitely won't make things difficult for you. However, if you don't want to do this the easy way, then don't blame us for using force. A powerful aura surged out from Tianling's body towards Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning. Yi Ziyun, we still have that thing that Xiao Yu gave us. If that thing doesn't work, then I'll hold them back. You leave first. Xiaoning, whispered to Yi Ziyun. A trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. If Yi Ziyun died, then Niali would definitely be very sad. Thus, she had to ensure that Yi Ziyun would leave safely. If she were to die, would Niali be as sad as she was? Ning, if the two of us are going to leave, then we'll leave together. If the two of us are still alive, then I hope that we can still be good sisters like when we were young. A trace of tears appeared in Yi Ziyun's eyes. At this time, Ning, Er's first reaction was to ask her to leave first. Xiao Ning, looked at Yi Ziyun. Memories flooded her mind. They used to be like sisters. However, because of some worldly reasons, they gradually drifted apart. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Xiao Ning, felt a slight pain in her heart. She remained silent, but she already agreed with Yi Ziyun's words. Have the two of you finished discussing? We don't have that much patience. Wu Yu coldly shouted. He was afraid that Niali would appear again. A group of people slowly approached Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning, although they could feel Tianling's terrifying aura slowly pressing down on them, making them feel an unparalleled pressure. The two girls were still very calm. They're both proud daughters of Glory City, so they've seen all kinds of situations since they were young. Xiao Ning stared at Wu Yu, Tianling, and the others who were slowly approaching her with sinister smiles on their faces. She took out the golden scroll that Xiao Yu had given them and held it in front of her. Do you know what this is? Xiao Ning coldly shouted. Her palms were sweating. If the item that Xiao Yu gave them was useless, then they would be in trouble. Ha ha ha! Do you think you can defeat us all? Do you think you can deal with so many of us? Wu Yu laughed maniacally. These two human girls were too stupid. Just as Wu Yu was laughing maniacally, Tianling slapped Wu Yu's head. Wu Yu's laughter abruptly stopped. Bastard, did you see what that is? Tianling cursed in a deep voice. Hearing Tianling's words, Wu Yu was stunned. He carefully looked at the item in Xiao Ning, Er's hand, and his face immediately changed. His eyes were filled with fear. Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his heart, he was cursing Yi Han to death. If it wasn't for Yi Han, how could he have caused such trouble? Two noble ladies, if you had taken out the token earlier, we wouldn't have dared to offend you like this. I represent my family and offer you our sincerest apologies. If the two ladies are still not satisfied, I, Tianling, am willing to offer you my head. I hope the two ladies can forgive me. Tianling lowered his head. He no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, he had a respectful and humble expression on his face. Wu Yu also shrunk his head. Thinking of that terrifying legend, he felt a chill run down his spine. 10 years ago, a super family in Nether City offended someone with a golden scroll, and their entire family was annihilated. No one survived. It was said that among the experts who annihilated the super family, there were several servants of the master of the Nether Realm. 3 years ago, a young man with a golden scroll swaggered through the streets and swindled others. He and his entire family were annihilated. No one survived. At this point, all the diagrams on the golden scroll had been engraved in the hearts of every family. No one wanted their family to be annihilated. After that, the golden scroll never appeared again. Who would have thought that it would once again appear in the hands of Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning? Although Tianling and the rest were usually arrogant and despotic, they also understood that there were some people in the Nether Realm that they couldn't afford to offend, especially those who were related to the master of the Nether Realm. Tianling and Wu Yu both lowered their heads. The others were also trembling in fear, not daring to speak. When they thought of the meaning behind this golden scroll, they all understood that if they were not careful, they could bring a fatal disaster to their families. Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun were both stunned. They never thought that the golden scroll in their hands would be so useful that it would scare Tianling, Wu Yu, and the rest. Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun looked at each other. With their intelligence, how could they not know that Xiao Yu definitely had an astonishing background and origin? This background and origin wasn't something that Tianling and the rest could afford to offend. Hurry up and scram. Don't let us see you again. Xiao Ning coldly stared at them. Tianling and Wu Yu looked at each other. They never thought that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning wouldn't pursue the matter. How could they dare to stay any longer? Very quickly, Tianling, Wu Yu, and the rest disappeared into the distant forest. Young Master Tianling, I feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Did those two women use fake items to trick us? Wu Yu said with a frown. Tianling glared at Wu Yu and coldly said, Don't tell me you want to go back? Using a fake golden scroll to trick people will lead to the extermination of your family. Who would dare? Even if it was fake, they had to admit it. Fortunately, they didn't offend those two women. Otherwise, it would have brought disaster to their families. Who knew the identities of those two women? Seeing Tianling and Wu Yu disappear into the forest, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning finally let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and revealed a relieved smile. If they didn't have Xiao Yu's golden scroll, the situation just now would have been too dangerous. After going through such a frightening experience together, their grudges against each other were no longer as deep. The two couldn't help but look in the direction of the ancient tomb. They wondered how Nye Li and Xiao Yu were doing. Inside the ancient tomb, when Nye Li and Xiao Yu reached the shore, their bodies were still wet and their clothes were soaked. Nye Li quickly took off his clothes and changed into a new set. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Nye Li looked at Xiao Yu with a puzzled expression. While Nye Li was changing his clothes, Xiao Yu had already turned his back to Nye Li and said, I don't need to change my clothes for now. White smoke rose from his body and his clothes quickly dried. Xiao Yu was really strange. He was so misophobic, but he didn't want to change his dirty clothes. Could it be that he didn't have any clothes in his interspatial ring? However, Nye Li couldn't be bothered to care about this. Xiao Yu recalled how Nye Li had been able to decipher the inscription patterns on the ancient tomb's door in such a short time. His attainments in the field of inscription patterns had probably reached an astonishing level. I heard that the Master of the Netherrealm is currently recruiting disciples. The ones he's recruiting are all talented juniors. If their talents are especially outstanding, they can even be sent to a place called Hagami Myunmyun to cultivate. I wonder if Brother Nye Li is interested? Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Hagami Myunmyun? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nye Li's eyes flashed with a divine light. That was a powerful force in the Draconic Ruins realm. Sure enough, someone in this world knew how to go to the Draconic Ruins realm and had established a connection with the forces there. Even in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Hagami Myunmyun was an extremely powerful sect. Nye Li sank into deep memories. Speaking of which, he had some connections with the Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch. He wondered what the current situation of the Hagami Myunmyun was. In the world where the divine continent was located, legend rank and demigod rank were considered powerful existences. In that realm, experts were further divided into 5 realms: Heavenly Fate, Heavenly Star, Heavenly Axis, Tao of the Dragon, and Martial Ancestor. Within each realm, there were many smaller realms. The so-called spiritual gods of this world could only be 1 fate, 2 fate, or 3 fate in the Heavenly Fate realm in that world. Seeing that Nye Li's expression wasn't quite right, Xiao Yu's brows twitched as she asked, Does Brother Nye Li know about the Hagami Myunmyun? Knowing that the Master of the Nether Realm could enter the Hagami Myunmyun, Nye Li was rather shocked. I don't know. Aha! What kind of place is the Hagami Myunmyun? Looking at Nye Li, Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief. If Nye Li really knew about the existence of the Hagami Myunmyun, it would have been very strange. After all, it was a huge sect in another vast world. No matter what kind of place the Hagami Myunmyun is, you only need to know that it's an extraordinary place. Even spiritual gods are considered ordinary existences in that huge sect. Xiao Yu sighed. Oh, then I'll have to go take a look. Nye Li pretended to be very interested. If he could become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm, he'd be able to enter the Hagami Munyon of the Draconic Ruins realm. That would be really fast. Actually, the world we're in is called the Tiny World by the people there. It's completely incomparable to the Hagami Munyon's world. The Hagami Munyon's world has countless sects and powerful experts. The cultivation resources there are far from what our tiny world can compare to. Xiao Yu said with a hint of pride. Nia Li's heart trembled. It seemed that Xiao Yu had already been to the Draconic Ruins realm. Indeed, compared to the huge Draconic Ruins realm, the Divine Continent was really too small. Nia Li didn't know what kind of existence the master of the Nether Realm was in the Hagami Munyon. He also didn't know what kind of relationship Xiao Yu had with the master of the Nether Realm. Why? Are you interested in becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm? Xiao Yu asked with a smile as she looked at Niali. Niali thought for a moment and indifferently said, I'll see how it goes. I'll have to consider it. Hearing Niali's words, Xiao Yu angrily said to Niali, Do you know how many people want to become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm? What does that have to do with me? Niali glanced at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 236. Xiao Yu was speechless towards Niali. However, it's true that whether or not Niali wants to become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm is up to Niali himself. Niali glanced at Xiao Yu and lightly smiled. He was only teasing Xiao Yu. His motive for coming to the Nether Realm is to let himself or one of his companions become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm. If he becomes the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, he can at least ensure the safety of Glory City. At that time, Glory City will be under the protection of the master of the Nether Realm. Niali will be able to cultivate in peace. Even if he goes to the Draconic Ruins realm, he won't have any problems. In fact, in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Hagami Munyon isn't the strongest existence. If he were to meet his old friends from his previous life, he doesn't know what would happen. Are they still around? The current Hagami Munyon should still be complete. However, due to internal conflicts, it split into several large factions. Some of the factions were swallowed up by other sects, while the remaining factions declined and were unable to rise again. However, that's a matter of 100 years later. Suddenly, the stone walls on both sides of Niali and Xiao Yu suddenly turned into huge stone hands that grabbed at Niali and Xiao Yu. Not good. Xiao Yu was shocked. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and 2 white lights suddenly appeared around her body. Boom! The stone hands bombarded the white lights and were unable to advance any further. However, the stone hands continued to squeeze, trying to break Xiao Yu's light shield. Xiao Yu gradually couldn't hold on any longer and anxiously said, I can't hold on any longer, let's go! Xiao Yu leaped forward with Nia Li quickly following behind her. Boom! 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 Nia Li heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from the depths of the ancient tomb. It's very possible that those demigod rank experts are fighting with something in the ancient tomb. Nia Li and Xiao Yu were constantly dealing with those terrifying stone hands, running all the way. An eerie voice came from inside the ancient tomb. Ga, I didn't expect all of you to really come in. Did you think that my treasure was hidden in this ancient tomb? This ancient tomb is this old man's true body. Once I devour you, I'll be able to slowly recover my godhood. Ming Fei, you want to suppress me? That was impossible. My law of death is a higher law than your law of nether. Hearing the voice coming from the ancient tomb, Nia Li couldn't help scoffing. This voice should be the death gods. Since the master of the Nether Realm had gone to the Draconic Ruins realm, then he should have been able to find the death god. Perhaps the master of the Nether Realm had already begun to cultivate to a higher level, while the death god was still arguing over whose power of law was higher. What was truly high level was the power of heavenly Tao. The power of laws was nothing more than a purer form of soul force. As for existences like the death god, they were merely the spirits of the laws of the tiny world. Countless stone hands grabbed at Niali and Xiao Yu, trying to tear Nieli and Xiao Yu to shreds. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and coldly snorted. The death god is actually still alive! Boom! 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 Xiao Yu's palm energy continued to devour the stone hands, shattering them one by one. However, just when Xiao Yu was shattering many of the stone hands, one of them exploded. A fist landed on Xiao Yu's body, causing Xiao Yu to take dozens of steps back. His face turned pale. The stone hand contained some sort of law of death energy that was currently invading his body. He had greatly underestimated this power. So this ancient tomb was actually the true body of the death god. Since that's the case, why should he be polite? Nieli quickly merged with the fanged panda demon spirit. He opened his mouth, and 2 balls of light, one black and one white, appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 balls of light, one black and one white, flying toward the end of the ancient tomb. Boom! A terrifying explosion came from the end of the ancient tomb as rubble flew everywhere. Xiao Yu's heart couldn't help trembling at the sight of that terrifying explosion. The power of Nieli's Yin-Yang Blast was too frightening. It didn't seem like a move that a black gold rank could release. That power was probably at the pinnacle of legend rank. What happened next caused Xiao Yu to be thoroughly shocked. After Nieli executed the Yin-Yang Blast, it still wasn't enough. He began to frantically execute the technique. Black and white balls of light flew in all directions. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying explosions rang out from all directions. Under the bombardment of a Yin-Yang Blast, the stone walls quickly collapsed as if they were dry weeds and rotten wood. 10 times Yin-Yang Blast. Nieli didn't give up. He condensed a super Yin-Yang Blast. The law energy within his soul realm was instantly sucked dry. This super Yin-Yang Blast landed on the stone wall in front of him. With a huge explosion, the thick stone wall completely collapsed. Nieli and Xiao Yu entered the gap in the stone wall. A vast space appeared in Nieli's sight. Demigod rank experts from various races were tightly bound by thin ropes that looked like blood vessels. Energy was being sucked out from the bodies of these demigod rank experts and flowed into the distance along the ropes. These demigod rank experts were all listless. It was extremely difficult for them to even open their eyes, not to mention breaking free from these ropes. In the center of that vast space, there was a huge black heart that was beating nonstop. Ha ha ha, more people are here to die. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Ropes after ropes flew towards Nieli and Xiao Yu. A terrifying, deathly aura locked onto Nieli and Xiao Yu. Sensing this terrifying, deathly aura, Xiao Yu's expression changed drastically. She anxiously said, "Careful, this contains the law of death." The law of death, nether law, darkness law, and light law were all higher-level laws. The power of the law of death was extremely dangerous. Xiao Yu, save those demigod rank experts first. I'll hold it back. Nieli said in a deep voice. This ancient tomb was the main body of the death god. It would be extremely difficult to break out of it. Saving those demigod rank experts first would allow them to have more helpers. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate. She unsheathed the long sword in her hand and slashed at the ropes that were binding the demigod rank experts. Ha ha ha! With just you guys, you want to sever the ropes that I have formed using the power of law. Just as the voice faded, the long sword in Xiao Yu's hand slashed down. Puff! 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 The ropes were severed and the demigod rank experts were freed. This is impossible. How did you sever it? The death god's voice was filled with endless astonishment. The sword in Xiao Yu's hand wasn't an ordinary weapon. It should be something from the draconic ruins realm, a sword that contained the power of the heavens. In this world, wouldn't be unstoppable. Waves of deathly aura swept toward Xiao Yu. Nieli tried to stop Xiao Yu. However, Nieli stood between the deathly aura and Xiao Yu. Sensing the law of death sweeping towards him, Nieli let out a deep roar. His hands rapidly gathered the power of the law of darkness and light to resist the invasion of the deathly aura. The power of the two laws formed a perfect defense. It enveloped Nieli. Boom, boom. The power of the law of darkness and the law of light constantly clashed with the power of the law of death, causing explosions to ring out. What's going on? The death god's voice slightly trembled as he continued. He actually comprehended the power of the law of darkness and the law of light at the same time. How could two completely different powers of law appear on the same person? From the death god's point of view, this was something that was simply impossible. This had completely exceeded his understanding. However, you have yet to reach the demigod rank. It's still too early for you to fight against me. The death god coldly snorted. He gathered an even more powerful soul force and attacked Nieli. I want to see how you can control two powers of law at the same time. Nieli frantically circulated the power of the law of light and the law of darkness, barely resisting the death god's power of law. After all, the power that the death god could mobilize was more than 10 times that of his. Waves of deathly aura invaded Nieli's body, seemingly wanting to completely corrode Nieli's body. The deathly aura even entered Nieli's soul realm. Nieli frowned as he felt a terrifying pain constantly tearing at his nerves. This kind of pain was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. However, at this moment, he was still able to maintain his consciousness, forcefully enduring the invasion of the power of the law of death. Nieli continuously circulated the power of the law of darkness and the law of light, forcefully suppressing the power of the law of death that was pouring into his body. Not good. The power of the law of death was too great. Nieli suddenly felt that the vine in his body was continuously growing and was actually rapidly absorbing the power of the law of death. Sensing this change, Nieli's heart moved, and he continuously absorbed the power of the law of death into his soul realm. Then, he urged the vine to continuously absorb. The crazily surging power of the law of death was constantly being absorbed into the vine, like a bottomless whirlpool. What's going on? The voice in the void was filled with shock. His power of the law of death was actually being absorbed. This was simply unprecedented. The two great laws of darkness and light actually appeared on the same person. This was already an unbelievable thing. Moreover, this person actually absorbed the power of the law of death. This was simply a matter that made the death god feel terrified. The spiritual god's control over one of their own power of law was unique. The power of laws of the same kind was completely under their control. But now, Nieli actually forcefully tore away the power of the law of death. After absorbing the power of the law of death, Nieli's comprehension of the power of law seemed to have advanced to another level. A trace of understanding flashed across his mind. Suddenly, an intense pain spread throughout his body. Nieli screamed in pain. His back felt like it was being torn apart. With a puff sound, a white wing grew out from Nieli's right shoulder blade. Immediately after, another puff sound was heard. A black wing grew out from Nieli's left shoulder blade. 2 wings, one black and one white. One was as pure as white snow, while the other was as black as ink. However, both were similarly pure without a trace of impurity. This pair of wings had a span of 3 to 4 meters, and the power of the law of light and the law of darkness constantly revolved around his body. Bam! 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 With Nieli as the center, a powerful force swept out in all directions. Unexpectedly, before cultivating the power of the heavenly Tao, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of the power of law. The surging power of the 2 types of law in his body had even reached an extremely shocking level, and it constantly overflowed. Nieli suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine light suddenly bloomed in his eyes. Chapter 237. Under the stimulation of the law of death, Nia Li's law of light and law of darkness became even purer. The instant the wings on Nia Li's back unfurled, a buzzing sound rang out and a boundless energy spread out with Nia Li at the center. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out in the surroundings. Xiao Yu looked at Nia Li in shock when she sensed the change in this powerful energy. The law of darkness and law of light on Nia Li's body had reached an unimaginable level of purity. While Nia Li was resisting the law of death, the demigod rank powerhouses had already been rescued by Xiao Yu. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The demigod rank powerhouses expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yu. You guys should thank him instead. Xiao Yu pouted in Nia Li's direction. The demigod rank powerhouses all looked in Nia Li's direction, only to see Nia Li quietly standing in the void. The two law energies were frantically surging around his body. Their eyes were filled with shock when they sensed the two pure law energies in the void. The law of light and law of darkness had actually appeared on the same person. Just which family did this young master belong to? At this moment, Nia Li sensed that aside from the law of light and law of darkness, there was another law energy gradually forming in his body. That was the law of death of the god of death. You dare to behave so atrociously in front of me, the god of death? You're courting death. The god of death bellowed as millions of black crows swooped down on Nia Li. Nia Li suddenly understood something. The god of death was merely a law spirit. Since his body had absorbed and fused with a portion of the law of death, it was entirely possible for him to comprehend the law of death. The god of death's divine spark had shattered and was temporarily unable to recover. This was the god of death's weakest period. If Nia Li could seize the law of death, then the death god would undoubtedly die. The god of death felt fear, so he couldn't wait to kill Nia Li. The power of the law of death slowly condensed in Nia Li's palm, and the aura of the law of death constantly circled around him. Nia Li was already constantly deconstructing the power of the laws. Streams of the law of death rapidly gathered towards Nia Li. Nia Li continued to deconstruct the law of death. The law of death was on the same level as the laws of darkness and light, so it was not difficult to comprehend. Bang! Bang! The crows flew in front of Nia Li. They exploded and died one after another. As if sensing that his law of death was being threatened, the god of death became extremely angry. You want to touch my law source? How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? I will completely annihilate you. The death god madly urged the power of law, and a pair of incomparably huge scarlet hands appeared in the void. A pair of incomparably huge scarlet hands slapped towards Nia Li from both sides. The expressions of the demigod realm experts changed drastically when they sensed the two gigantic palms approaching. That powerful pressure felt as though it wanted to crush all of them into smithereens. Although the god of death's divine spark had shattered and he no longer had his peak strength, he was still a peak existence amongst spiritual gods. Furthermore, with this ancient tomb as his foundation, it was equivalent to possessing a divine body. Although the god of death only had the strength of a demigod rank expert, he could suppress the laws of other experts in this ancient tomb. That was why so many demigod rank experts were not a match for the god of death. The god of death's law of death could suppress other experts, but it couldn't suppress Nia Li. The law of death in Nia Li's body had already formed a complete system of its own. The two huge hands bombarded towards Nia Li with an unparalleled momentum. The boundless energy caused even Xiao Yu to feel a terrifying pressure. Xiao Yu's expression changed, and she anxiously said, "Nia Li, be careful! Hurry up and leave!" However, when Xiao Yu shouted, Nia Li stood there motionlessly, as if he didn't hear anything. Could it be that there was a problem with Nia Li's consciousness? When Xiao Yu wanted to save Nia Li, it was already too late. Bang! The two huge hands ruthlessly clapped together, slapping Nia Li into the center of the palms. Bang! A majestic energy swept out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu's figure trembled slightly. A trace of deep sadness and regret appeared on her face. Although she hadn't known Nia Li for a long time, and Nia Li was a bit of a talker on the whole, Nia Li was a person worth befriending. Nia Li had such outstanding talent. It would be a pity if he died here. Moreover, there were still 2 ladies waiting for him outside. A wave of anger welled up in his heart. He unsheathed the sharp sword in his hand and swung it towards the huge black heart in the middle of the void. Apart from feeling pity, the demigod rank experts also felt a deep sense of fear. If Nia Li was killed, they wouldn't be able to escape this ancient tomb. The space here had already been sealed. Under the powerful suppression of the god of death's law, they had no chance of escaping. Ha ha ha! You want to snatch the law of death in my domain? The god of death let out a savage laugh. I admit that your talent is indeed shocking. However, since you dare to threaten me, you must die. At this moment, in the center of the 2 huge palms, Nia Li was wrapped in a pair of wings, one black and one white. Waves of law of darkness and law of light constantly revolved around his body. The 2 huge palms on both sides had actually caved in, but Nia Li hadn't suffered any injuries. Earlier, when the gigantic palm had landed on his body, Nia Li had instantly sucked the law of death in the surroundings dry. Since the gigantic palm was formed from the law of death, it was only natural that he had sucked a hole in it. Because Nia Li's body was also filled with the law of death, the god of death mistakenly believed that Nia Li had been completely crushed by the law of death. As Nia Li continued to comprehend, he gradually grasped the core of the law of death. Suddenly, bone spikes grew out of his arms like armor, protecting his arms. Nia Li continuously sensed the law of death. The law of death was no longer a threat to Nia Li. However, if he wanted to completely seize the law of death from the god of death, it wouldn't be a simple matter. The god of death's savage laughter echoed in the vast void. Seeing Xiao Yu slashing at the black heart in the center of the void, the god of death laughed in disdain. The strongest among you has already been killed by me. Just a few of you. What kind of waves do you think you can create? Fight it out with him. The demigod rank experts exchanged glances. One by one, they condensed the law of death and charged towards the black heart in the center of the void like meteors. Humph! A desperate struggle from a cornered beast. The god of death coldly snorted. Countless bone prisons instantly formed in the void. Asterisk bang, 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 bang. Asterisk the demigod rank experts frantically attacked the bone prisons. However, in the blink of an eye, the countless bones tightly sealed their bodies, rendering them unable to move. Their eyes were also unable to see what was happening outside. As the bones sealed Xiao Yu coldly snorted and slashed with the sharp sword in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. The bones were chopped into pieces by Xiao Yu. The god of death revealed an expression of astonishment. These bones were something that even demigod rank experts were unable to destroy. However, they were so easily chopped into pieces by Xiao Yu. This sword is the frost sword. When Xiao Yu slashed out with her sword, the sky instantly condensed into a white mist of frost. When the flying bones came into contact with the mist of frost, they immediately froze and were quickly chopped into pieces by the frost sword. The frost sword belongs to the master of the nether realm. What relationship do you have with him? The master of the nether realm would never hand over something like the frost sword to an outsider. According to what I know, the master of the nether realm doesn't have a son, only one. The god of death suddenly let out a sharp laughter. Ha! It's that old Fartming who caused me to become like this. I never thought that you would actually deliver yourself to my doorstep. Ha! I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it without even looking for it. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Numerous red ropes shot toward Xiao Yu. Old fart, it won't be that easy to catch me. Xiao Yu coldly snorted as the frost sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a sphere of ice, protecting him within it. If it was that old Fartming, I might be a little afraid. However, do you think that you can block me with just the frost sword? The god of death coldly smiled. The tens of thousands of scarlet ropes turned as hard as steel. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk it kept bombarding the sphere of frost, causing cracks to appear on the sphere of frost. A trace of worry flashed across Xiao Yu's brows. Although he also had the strength of a demigod rank, this was the god of death's domain. The law of death completely suppressed him, making him unable to mobilize even a trace of the law. Just as he was about to think of a way to deal with it, a rope pierced through the ball of frost around him and wrapped around his neck. Waves of energy continuously flowed along the rope towards the end of the void. Xiao Yu suddenly felt as though all the energy in his body had been sucked dry and he was unable to struggle free. His hands and feet were quickly tied up. TSK, you've finally fallen into my hands. Watch how I play you to death. The god of death let out a savage smile as a rope slowly floated in front of Xiao Yu. There was a cracking sound. The rope ruthlessly whipped Xiao Yu's body. A hole immediately appeared in Xiao Yu's clothes, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, but he still couldn't help but let out a groan. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding as he coldly stared at the void. You're courting death. The rope ruthlessly whipped Xiao Yu's body again. From the torn parts of his clothes, one could faintly see the fair skin underneath. Blood flowed everywhere. Chapter 238. The ropes kept lashing at Xiao Yu's body, causing Xiao Yu's body to be covered with cuts and bruises. If you kneel down and beg for mercy and call Dark a son of a bitch, I can consider letting you feel a little better. Otherwise, I will make you my pet, and I will ravage you every day and night to relieve the hatred in my heart. The death god laughed maniacally and complacently. You are the son of a bitch. Xiao Yu spat coldly and cursed. The death god's voice paused for a moment, and after a while he said in a gloomy voice, Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me. Humph humph. Poo-pee-you. 5 or 6 ropes suddenly became as hard as steel. Poo-pee-you. They directly pierced through Xiao Yu's body, causing blood to splatter all over Xiao Yu's body. One of the ropes even broke Xiao Yu's ribs, causing Xiao Yu to let out a mournful cry. Ha ha ha, scream. It's best if that old man Ming can also hear you. The death god laughed heartily. Blood slowly flowed down from the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth. He coldly stared at the void and angrily snorted. Son of a bitch! If you have the guts, then kill me. Ha ha ha, kill you? Killing you is such a meaningless thing. I just want to slowly torture you. Seeing your painful appearance, I will remember the torture I have suffered all these years. Today, I can finally take revenge. This kind of feeling is simply delightful. Wait until I absorb those demigods and restore my body. Then I will take you to find that old man Ming to settle the debt. The death god gloomily said, I will make it so that you will never be able to rise again. Just when the death god was arrogant and complacent, the pair of giant hands in the void started to collapse. What's going on? The death god's voice trembled because he sensed a huge aura soaring into the sky. Nieli was still alive. As the pair of giant hands continued to collapse, a figure slowly emerged. This figure had a pair of wings, one black and one white, that were slowly flapping. The power of the laws of light and darkness were shaped like raging flames in the void as they appeared on Nieli's arms. Surprisingly, there was a pair of grayish-white bone bracers that were burning with black death chi. There was a terrifying murderous intent in Nya Li's eyes as he stared calmly at the huge black heart in the void. This is impossible. You've actually comprehended the law of death as well. The death god cried out in shock. He felt that he was slowly losing control over the law of death. There was actually someone who was slowly stealing away his law of death. Comprehending the law of death isn't that difficult. You can die now, Nieli said calmly. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice as he slowly walked toward the black heart in the middle of the void. I am the true death god. Don't even think about stealing my law of death. The death god roared angrily as countless bone spikes shot toward Nieli. However, when the bone spikes were only a few meters away from Nieli, they stopped and exploded into dust. Nieli continued to walk forward calmly. In fact, when your god core collapsed, you were no longer the death god. You weren't much different from other demigods. The only difference was that your comprehension of the law of death was deeper than others. Therefore, the law of death between heaven and earth continued to gather toward you. However, if there is another person who has a deeper comprehension of the law of death than you, the law of death will naturally make a choice. It will gather toward that person. What do you mean? The death god couldn't remain calm. My comprehension of the law of death has already far surpassed yours. Therefore, your god core has already been stripped. Nieli said coldly. That's impossible. I am the death god. I have been controlling the law of death for tens of thousands of years. How could your comprehension of the law of death surpass mine? The death god roared angrily as the bone spikes rained down on Luo Yinyang like a storm. However, they would always explode a few meters away from Nieli, unable to reach Nieli. Nieli continued to walk forward step by step as he said calmly, You are like a cricket trapped in a bottle. You can only see what's inside the bottle, but there is someone watching you from the outside. Upon hearing Nieli's words, the death god's voice trembled slightly as he asked, You are from that realm? Nieli never thought that the death god would know something about that realm. After pondering for a brief moment, Nieli nodded his head and said, You can say that! Hearing Nieli's words, the death god nearly fell into despair. Back then, when he was defeated by the Nether Master had also said something similar. In that realm, there were countless powerful experts who had witnessed everything that happened in the tiny world. In the eyes of those experts, the so-called spiritual gods were merely ants. Spiritual gods like them were merely the spirits of the law of this world. In that realm, they were the lowest existences. I can't accept this. The law of death that I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years is actually inferior to your comprehension. I want you dead. The death god crazily controlled the bone spikes. However, no matter what he did, it was all futile. Just when he was about to kill Xiaoyu, the ropes around Xiao Yu's body suddenly snapped. Xiao Yu landed and put on another set of clothes. He gave a deep glance in Nieli's direction. This time Nieli had saved him. He never thought that Nieli would be able to force the death god to such an extent. Although Nieli's cultivation was only at black gold rank, his comprehension of certain things had already far surpassed him. Just what level would Nieli reach? Xiao Yu also found it hard to imagine. She had once heard from her father that the tiny world was created by an almighty expert. Although the peerless experts outside could see everything in the tiny world, they couldn't enter. Only the people of the tiny world could freely enter and exit. Furthermore, every single law in the tiny world had a cultivation technique hidden within it. And now, Nieli had comprehended 3 of them. As long as he took another step forward and condensed his divine spark, he would become a true spiritual god. His future cultivation would be unimaginable. Nieli walked towards the black heart in the center of the space. Every step he took, ripples would spread out from the space beneath his feet. He had also comprehended the law of death. When Nieli's comprehension surpassed the death gods, the law of death between heaven and earth would listen to Nieli's command, and not the death god. Therefore, the death god was no longer a threat to Nieli. At this moment, Nieli was immersed in a bizarre state. Within his body, the fanged panda demon's spirit had fused with the law of darkness and light. It did not absorb the law of death. However, the shadow devil demon spirit had fused with the law of darkness and the law of death. The two types of law energies were fused together, causing the shadow devil demon spirit to grow stronger. This is impossible. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. The death god hysterically roared. However, he couldn't change the fact that his law energy had been seized. It's useless even if you're unwilling. Nya Li slowly walked to the side of the black heart and placed his right hand on it. The black heart rapidly disintegrated and disappeared. The death god furiously roared and cursed. However, the foundation of his existence in this world was gradually disappearing. Aside from the black heart, the entire ancient tomb was slowly dissolving. Nya Li sighed. If it wasn't for this incident where he and Xiao Yu were trapped in the ancient tomb, Nya Li wouldn't have bothered to kill the death god. Seeing the death god slowly disappearing, Nya Li's heart was moved. In the tiny world, these spiritual gods, including the death god and plume flame, were only chess pieces. The truly powerful one was the creator of the tiny world. If they couldn't leave the tiny world, then they would forever be that person's chess piece. Since the master of the nether realm knew the way to the draconic ruins realm, then Nya Li could go through the master of the nether realm and head to the draconic ruins realm. Xiao Yu consumed an elixir to recover a little and flew to Nya Li's side. Nya Li glanced at Xiao Yu and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Xiao Yu shook her head and continued, "Thank you for saving me this time." Nya Li lightly smiled and said, "Not only did I save you, but I also saved myself." Hearing Nya Li's words, Xiao Yu glanced at Nya Li. At this moment, her view of Nya Li had greatly changed. Nya Li had saved her, but he didn't have any intention of asking for repayment. "I say, why didn't you take off your old clothes before putting on your new clothes? Just what kind of hobby is that?" Nya Li looked at Xiao Yu with a weird expression. He felt that Xiao Yu's behavior was abnormal. However, in his previous life, he had met many people with weird hobbies. Xiao Yu wasn't the only one. At the sight of Nya Li's expression, the good impression that Xiao Yu had of Nya Li, which he'd painstakingly built up, was instantly dispelled. Xiao Yu snorted and said, "Why do you care? I'm happy to." "All right." Nya Li spread out his hands. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, the demigod rank experts broke free from their restraints and rushed in front of Nya Li. Recalling what happened just now, they still felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They didn't know what exactly happened, but they were certain that Nya Li had definitely saved them. Just now, the death god condensed the law of death into a giant hand, yet it didn't injure Nya Li. This caused them to feel a deep fear and reverence towards Nya Li's strength. "Many thanks for saving us, young master. My Dragonroar family will remember this. If young master has any errands, we will definitely do our best. My fire spirit race as well. Many thanks for saving us. If young master has any requests, we are willing to serve young master." These demigod rank experts were all shrewd people. Aside from Nya Li's kindness of saving them, they were also intimidated by Nya Li's terrifying strength. No one could imagine what level Nya Li would reach in the future. Befriending such an expert would definitely be extremely beneficial to them.